Hey, morning, the bus driver. Thanks to 11 months. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Happy Wednesday, folks. Hey, John. Thanks for the 3/4 of a year. Welcome back. Rat Racer, good morning. Pyro Mankiss, let's get you a sword to go with that shield. Thanks for the 12 months. I appreciate it. Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday. Beast O'Burden, checking in with half a year. How are you doing, folks? So Moto's down this morning, and Arena still doesn't have new cards till tomorrow afternoon. So I was gonna take the morning off, but I've been playing a bunch of this off stream, and I decided I wanted to stream a little bit more of it. We had a warm reception yesterday. Some people seemed interested. What cards are missing? So Arena doesn't have the new set yet. The new set doesn't release for everyone until tomorrow at noon. I don't feel like playing any more of the existing standard format on Magic. Ready for a change. Good morning, Jason. Alright, so this is Mythgard. I'm just going to go ahead and jump into a game. This is a new CCG that just released on Steam and mobile. And I've been played a little bit of it over the weekend, and then I have liked the gameplay mechanics, so I decided to try and play a little bit more of it while we're waiting for some of our regular stuff to pop back up. I'm always looking for interesting games that I can play on like mobile at the gym and stuff, and this definitely fits that. The feature list on this one is really sweet. It's got a single player campaign mode as well as a 2v2 mode for multiplayer, which is nice. The gameplay in it is, I feel like the best way to describe it, coming from like a Magic and Hearthstone, like having played Magic and Hearthstone, the best way to describe the gameplay in this is it feels unique yet familiar. So the core of the gameplay mechanics in this as far as the resource system goes is every turn you can take one card from your hand and burn it, which takes it and discards it back into your deck. And when you do that, you'll see two things happen. So the first is I gain one permanent, total, and temporary mana to use, and I get one color of the type of card that I burned there. So you see I burned a purple card, so I got a purple color here. Yeah, this is the type of resource system that WoW TCG used back in the day. So the cost of cards is in the upper left-hand corner. So this card, for instance, costs 2, and it requires that I have a yellow gem or color in order to play it out. So next turn I'm going to want to burn a yellow card so I can put this into play. Fully heals whenever an enemy minion dies. That's interesting. So I'm going to go ahead and burn this yellow card, which gives me a second mana and a yellow gem here. And then the combat in this game is positional. So when I play this card out, I need to play it out on one of these 7 lanes. And the card in combat here can only fight things that are directly across and then kitty corner to it. And when your opponent is attacking you, they have to attack your minions first. So they can't just like go face constantly like you have in Hearthstone. So there's some blocking elements similar to Magic, but positional based. Oh, I have to end my turn. One of the things I kind of wish this game would do is, that I've gotten really used to in Arena, is I kind of wish it would auto-pass the turn when I They do not have to attack. Attacking is optional. So, like, for instance, if my opponent doesn't have some kind of power-up for this or removal spell for this, they probably don't want to attack here, because attacking their 2-1 into my 1-3 means it just dies. Yeah, Hippity, not only does it have a Twitch extension, but the Twitch extension is built directly into the client, which is just, like, quite absurd. So you can see here when I do this, it tells me that my guy's going to lose 2 health and that their guy's going to die with the skull and crossbones. Damage does stick on units in this game, similar to Hearthstone. So I think I'm going to go ahead and burn a Shinobi here to get my 3rd resource and my 2nd purple gem. And this card costs 3, but only costs 1 yellow gem. So I'm going to go ahead and play this out here, so that way it defends from these 2 lanes here. Hey, Rain Tingy. Late, as I couldn't see it live, but well done, and congratulations on the win. Thanks for the 15 months, Rang. I appreciate it. Hey, Mage Cup. Thanks for the 14 months. Welcome back. So the game does a really good job of, like, reminding you of helping you remember that you have things to do. So, like, for instance, all of these units that are floating, that means they still have attack or move actions left to take. How many colors? There are 6 colors in this game. And one of the things that seems really appealing, to me at least, in this game is that one of the things that always kind of turned me off in Hearthstone was the deck building depth wasn't really there. And in this game, because you can combine colors just like in Magic, it feels like there should be a lot of deck building depth here, similar to what I'm used to in other games. So you can see here, they attacked my 3-4 and then played an Ignition here to deal 2 damage to it. This thing does just 1 damage to anything each turn. So, So I have 3 resources currently. I probably want to just... I have 2 of these Insatiants here, so I probably want to burn a card and play 2/2 drops out, I think. What's the maximum number of copies of card per deck? Yeah, the number of copies varies per rarity, which is neat. It's kind of like, if you ever played the old Duels of the Planeswalker game, it's similar to that. Morning, Benzie. So, an example of the resource system is this card costs 5 mana, but I actually can't play it next turn because you'll notice it requires 3 gold pips. So, I'm probably going to burn this back into my deck to get a resource, so I'm not going to be able to cast it for a little bit anyways. Yeah, there's no Flutter Screw like in Magic because you can turn any cards into a resource. It's really sweet. It helps you, like, curve out and stuff too, because, like, in the early game you can burn expensive cards, in the late game you can burn cheap cards that you're no longer going to be playing. Yep, yeah, this game's free to play on it's on Steam, Android, and iOS currently. One of the really sweet things that they do that I really appreciated was the fact that they have pre-built constructed decks that you can play without spending any dollars. So what does this do? Occupying Minion has 3/3. So enchantments in this game, what they do is they occupy a specific lane on the board, and then any minions you put into them get the bonus from the enchantment. So in this case, the Giant Stairway here gives whatever minion they stick into it +3/+3. This isn't particularly good. It turns their thing into a sheep, but the sheep would get the bonus from this, so I guess I just play this here. I'm kind of in a bad spot because these cards don't really do anything while they have this Giant Stairway in play. Yeah, this card seems pretty good. It just, like, gets to deal a damage to something every turn. Which adds up really well when things don't heal every turn. Yeah, minions cannot attack the turn they come into play unless they have the rush mechanic, which is effectively haste. Yeah, so, so this has 5 damage marked on it now, right? So if I do this here, it should die, right? I think that's how this works. Because it has 5 damage marked on it, and it's getting +3/+3, so if I change it into a 2/2, it should die. Let's do it. Let's do it for science. Apparently turning it into a sheep resets its stats. Okay, so the transform keyword removes... The transform keyword removes damage on it. That's good to know. I probably could have looked that up, but I'm playing an unranked game, so I don't really care. Yep, yeah, this is a game called Mythgard. It hit open beta somewhat recently. I think it was last week. I think one of the guys added a command yesterday. We go first, huh?
All right.
So one of the things that this game does really well is it leverages the digital design space nicely. So there's a lot of cards in this game that create like kind of token style spells when you play them. So this card creates a free potion here that heals 3 to a friendly minion, because again, minions retain damage through turns. The keyword ephemeral basically means it's a token card, so it gets exiled after it gets played instead of going to the discard pile. This is a enchantment that gives the occupied minion +1/+1. I'm gonna play this down here in this lane, because that way whatever they put here in the Cairn Hedge can't block this, because they only interact in combat with the 3 in front of them. Yeah, so the life totals are different. Something I haven't really dug into is, in addition to there being 40 cards in each deck also has this, what's called a path that goes with it. And the path dictates your starting life total to a degree, as well as a different effect that happens each turn. So like this path that I'm playing, Turn of the Seasons, it rotates through every turn, where winter is a drawback for my minions, and then spring and summer spring, summer, and fall give me bonuses. One of the other things that this game does really well is there's this pursuit thing here at the bottom, which your path gives you an extra bonus when you're on the draw, which is sweet, because one of the things we've talked about on stream plenty of times is one of the things I really wish they'd do in Magic is address how big of an advantage being on the play is. I'm gonna play my Shinobi here, which is a stealth minion. So they don't see what minion this is until it interacts with something. Hey, CD Sniper, thanks for the 4 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Thanks for keeping me around. So I'm gonna go ahead and do this here, which reveals itself, and this has a breach mechanic. The breach mechanic, which whenever it hits my opponent directly, it gets to deal 2 damage to something. So I'm gonna go ahead and deal 2 damage here. Another thing that happens in this game, in addition to the path that has an ability when you build your deck, each deck has this power that you can spend 2 or 3 mana on. So my power here is for 2, I can give one of my minions a free move action. So I'm actually going to go ahead and give this a free move action to slide it down this way, so that way I can kill there. Trade for their 3/2 here. I'm going to go ahead and play this Venomous here. That's probably wrong, actually, because it says armor, right? This gives it an armor. I was thinking the Blight would be good here, but the armor means it doesn't actually deal damage. That's fine. It'll gain me 3 at least. How do I like Mythgard? The gameplay seems neat. Oh, that's unfortunate. So this has Alpha Strike, which is First Strike, but First Strike's really good in this game because units attack each other directly, which is a big deal. I kind of wish I could play that, but I can't at the moment. Wonder if it's crazy to just pass the turn here. There are not instants. There's not a priority-based system. Everything you play plays out on your turn, for the most part. So my opponents spread out. Oh, this does have teleport, doesn't it? Oh yeah, when it moves, it can go anywhere. All right, I'd like to go there. And they've done a good job of spreading their minions out here. You cannot burn ephemeral cards. So I think I'm actually just gonna pass the turn here. And the reason for that is I've got this this Misanthropia, which gives all minions Blight 3. So if I rip another yellow card, I can play this and it'll pretty much kill the board. Which I really hope we rip a yellow card, because the board's pretty scary at the moment. Hey, look, a yellow card. So again, I needed specifically a yellow card, because this requires 3 yellow gems here. So I go ahead and play this out, which gives all minions Blight 3. And so they have the Blight text added onto them. So at the start of my opponent's turn, everything they have in play is going to get -3/-3. Which kills all of them. Sweepers are busted.
All right ahead.
I'm going to play my Shinobi here. I'm going to go ahead and play this over here. Why did he kill the 5/5? So... these units, it was kind of a domino effect. These cards get +1/+1 for each adjacent K9. So the 5/5 died because the things next to it on either side died, which meant it was no longer getting the bonus from it. That's a good question. But yeah, all of these, the K9s have a like a pack synergy basically, so they get bigger when they're next to other K9s. So when the buffs came off, maybe putting this here was they're just moving it over. Sure. So this has armor 1, so it takes 1 less damage. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and break the stealth on this and hit them so I can kill this because it deals 2 to anything. And then I think I'm going to go ahead and turn this into a 2/2 from a 4/4. So it'll be a 3/3 because it's getting the bonus from this enchantment. And I can stick the Venom Fang here. Yes, yeah, the power just costs 2 mana, just like in Hearthstone, the Hearthstone powers do. So when this deals damage to something, it gives it that Blight keyword, so this is going to get smaller every single turn, so in 2 turns this will die. This Shinobi card seems really good since it does teleport. You can kind of move around. Normally units can move one space left to right, but the teleport mechanic lets us jump to any other lane on the board. And the teleport in conjunction with its breach mechanic lets it be kind of tricky.
You trespass.
And this makes a lot of sense that they spread these out. So like you'll notice here, they positioned this here, which means this can't connect to them, which is ideal for them. So you'll notice here, I'm currently experiencing the drawback of my bonus, which is during the winter season, my units have fragile 1, which is what the little broken shield means. So that means if this attacks here, these will actually trade, which sucks. Huh? Oh, this is sweet. So I can play this here, which is an enchantment. And then the enchantment creates a spider, but more importantly, this enchantment says it suppresses Agile and Alpha Strike in the opposing 3 lanes. So this 3-1 is now no longer Alpha, so I can trade here. And then I can take this and jump it down to over here. So that way it's no longer being threatened to be killed by these things, which is great. So showing a little bit of that flexibility from that move teleport mechanic. How does teleport interact with your hero power? I assume it lets me teleport. It says once per turn, give a friendly minion a free move action. And teleport says can move to any lane. So this is going to die at the start of their next turn, which is ideal. I think I'm going to go ahead and play Ghost in the system over here. Let's just look at the top 2 cards of their deck. And I get to put one on top and one on the bottom. Choose a card to put on top. So this is... Well, I guess this will be a 6/6 if I kill any of their stuff this turn. But I guess I'm not killing any of their stuff this turn, huh? So that's fine. Okay, you can have that one. If I burn one of these, I can play the other out, which seems fine. So I'm going to go ahead and play this out here. Because I am at 10, so I need to start worrying about not dying, basically. I'm going to teleport this here so their 3/3 can't eat it. So this is a 2/5, but it has deadly. So if they want to bump their 3/3 into this, their 3/3 dies. So that's a 5/5. So if their 2/2 wants to attack, it'll just eat it to my 2/3. So that's not a very ideal trade for them. Oh, this is a K9. I was like, why did that get bigger? It's a K9. Okay, so if I spirit away this, it shuffles it back into their deck. And then this can hit them, which triggers its breakthrough to let me deal 2 damage here. And then this can kill that. And then I can healing potion this. And this can hit their face, and this can hit their face. Arena update looking really... It's a lot less laggy, and it doesn't seem to crash anymore. Yeah, Moto has 9 hours of downtime this morning. And Arena doesn't have... Moto has 9 hours of downtime, and Arena doesn't have new cards until tomorrow at noon, so... You know. Yeah, they fixed the thing where you constantly flutter screw. Honestly, looking at the feature list that, like, this small indie company has been able to put together for Mythgard, it kind of makes me a little bit salty regarding Arena and Wizards. Like, the things this company has been able to do... Wizard of the Coast doesn't give me early access because there are a lot of incredibly petty people that make decisions at Wizards of the Coast. I don't get anything official from them. It's the expectation. Alright, so opponent's playing a red deck, probably something a little bit aggressive. This minion has a mechanic called Agile, which means it does not have to attack minions that are in front of it. I'm going to burn one of these Spirit Aways. They're kind of expensive, and I have 2 of them. Yeah, so burning a card, and that's one of the things I actually really like about this, burning a card doesn't just get rid of it. It shuffles it back into the deck. And because this is a digital game, they track which cards you've already burned, and you can't burn the same card twice. So if I redraw that Spirit Away that I've already burned, I can't burn that one again. This game has a single player story mode, it has a 2v2 mode, it has a friends list. The decks that we're going to be playing today are decks that I've put together. So you can see this, because of the Agile mechanic, it skipped attacking my 2-3 and just went right to my face. So I'd rather not have that happen again. So this is a 2-2 that after it kills something in combat, it turns into a 4-3. So I think what I'd like to do here, and again, this kind of shows the flexibility on the curve. I don't need another 2-drop because, like, I'm past turn 2. So I'm going to take this 2 and I'm going to burn it because I have more expensive cards I like to play out at this point. I'm going to go ahead and play Shinobi of Wind down here. And if they... So this is a stealth minion, so they don't know what this is until it attacks, or until they attack it, or until it attacks. So if they don't play a minion down here, this will be able to hit them and then shoot this with its breach ability. Yeah, there's an in-game deck tracker. The Twitch extension for this game is built into the client directly. It's kind of absurd. Just like how good it is and like how many details that they have correct. All right, so that's actually really good. So this is a 2-2 with Alpha Strike, Frenzy, and Life Tap. So you attack twice per turn. So the Shinobi's just going to like ruin its day. So attack you, shoot this. They have a oh yeah, they have a replay system built in. Just like the number of features that they have that, like, we've been getting told by Wizards like they just don't have the bandwidth to make is just like, it's kind of depressing in a way. So what do I want to do here? I think I want to play another Shinobi out. And just like spread them out. I also want to burn something to get another resource here, so I think I'm going to burn the extra Spiteful Mimic. How hard is it to get cards that's free to play? I have no idea. I spend money on games. I will say that they're getting I will say they're getting kind of aggressive. All right, so that's a spider. Ooh, that's actually really good. So this can go... Oh, I need another... So I have 4 mana, but I can't play this card yet because it specifically requires 2 yellow pips. So I need to burn a yellow card here. So I think I'm going to go ahead and burn this one. And then I'm going to play the web here, and the web suppresses Alpha Strike, which is nice, and it's a 1-3 with Deadly. So we'll probably see them trade here and then hit me for 2, but they're out of cards, so we're in a pretty good spot at this point. 1 year finally. Let the unholy crusade against Twitch chat begin. Can we get an Abzan Wolves build around? We definitely can get an Abzan Wolves build around. Thanks for the very generous tier 3, Goku. I appreciate it. Abzan Wolves. I'll get that added to the queue this afternoon. Ooh, that's really good and unfortunate. So this deals 3 damage to all the minions in the lanes opposite of it, which lets them kill it. So I'm at 16 here. I think I want to go ahead and play this out here to block on these lanes. So again, this has stealth 2, so they don't know what it is. I don't know if this card's very good. It might not be. I think I want to play this Venom Fang Mutant out to block this, ideally. I don't know exactly what I want to burn, though. I think I'm going to burn the Thunderbird. This is a removal spell, and this is a draw 3, so like having a removal spell and a draw 3 left over seems good. How often do I stream Magic? Streaming Magic is my full-time job, Conflux. So I stream on average somewhere between like 30 and 40 hours of Magic a week usually. So now they know what this is. So they kind of traded 2 for 1. So this is Agile. Gem Cutter Spider, sure. All right, so let's go ahead and have this hit here. Which, this doesn't kill it, but it gives it Blight to the start of my opponent's next turn. This will die. I'm going to go ahead and put Shinobi of Wind down here. And then I'll go ahead and I'll put my opponent's conceded. Alright. Hey, look at that. We won 2 games with purple and yellow cards. Yep. Yeah, exactly. We're able to attack. So one of the things I really like about this game, and this is something that I liked about Hearthstone too, is that what's it called about? Hearthstone as a game tends to be incredibly more interactive than Magic, just by virtue of the combat system. And this game has some similarities in the combat system to Hearthstone. So the way the combat system in this game works, it removes the mono aggressive, where you could just like run people's faces down because there's a blocking element to the positioning in this game. But there's also the interactive element that you get from Hearthstone, where minions attack other minions directly. This is a game called Mythgard. It's a new CCG that hit open beta last week. They do have an adorable avatar, you're not wrong. So I have a purple 1-drop, so probably want to burn. That's a little awkward. I like both these other purple cards. Alright, let's burn that and play my 2/2 out. Right. Yeah, MTG bot is running really slowly today. I'm gonna ping him actually. Lurker, Agile, Life Tap. So Agile, Life Tap. That card's pretty good. I'm gonna bin one of these. I have 3 3s in my hand, so I'm gonna burn one of those. One of the ways you kind of make decisions on how you burn cards in this game is like how you're gonna fill out your curve and which spots you already have met in your hand. So typically, burning cards that you have multiple of the same cost of makes a lot of sense. Hey, Conflux Explorer, thanks for the brand new tier 1 sub. Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday. Thanks for keeping me employed this month. So again, this card has a mechanic called Agile, so it's able to hit my face directly and ignore my blocking minion.
You trespass.
Alpha Strike is rude. So this, I can... Oh, that's awkward. So this has a mechanic called Lurker as well. This thing's just like keyword soup, huh? So Lurker says that I have to attack other blocking minions. So I can't attack this because it has the Lurker mechanic. And this has Alpha Strike, which lets it just eat my thing if I attack into it. So that's not ideal. Huh. That is a combo. So I'm going to go ahead and smack them with this, and then I think I'm going to go ahead and burn something and play my Shinobi out, so my Shinobi can start shooting down these things. And then I'm not going to attack with this because the only attack I can make is into this 3-1, which basically just lets them clear my thing for 3. So by not attacking, my opponent's going to have to spend their combat with this unit next turn killing my 1-3, which is ideal. Yep, troll. This is a new game called Mythgard. It's on mobile and Steam. Yeah, basically, if you're coming from a Hearthstone background, basically all minions have taunt, essentially, unless you have the agile mechanic to go around it. So this enchantment gives the occupied minion 1 attack and armor 1. It's kind of hard for me to evaluate a lot of these enchantments coming from a Magic background. I feel like a lot of them are not worthwhile. The starting health varies depending on what path you have chosen with your deck. Alright, so they played an artifact over here, and artifacts have some kind of static effect. So this one, their minions occupying enchantments have +1/+1, so this one gets a little bit bigger. And now the 1 added toughness in conjunction with the blight means, with the blight means I can't kill this. Do I plan on playing in future Magic events? I don't plan to really go out of my way to qualify for them, but if I qualify for them, I will play in them almost certainly. So, when this hits my opponent, the Breach mechanic says whenever I hit their face, I get to shoot something for 2, so we shot down their 2-1. What do I want to play out here? I want to burn something to get a resource for sure. I don't really need another 1-drop, because it's kind of a weak card at this point in the game, so I can burn that for a resource. And I don't really want to play anything down here because this is a 5-2 with Alpha Strike. So whatever I play, I want to play down here on this end of the board because this minion kind of has these 3 lanes blocked down. And you can see when I mouse over, it highlights what it has going on. Can you go over the starting life total? Yeah, so starting life totals are 20. And then during deck building, there's a few different of these paths you can choose from. And all of the paths give you a different starting life total buff. And then they have some other effects. So my path that I've chosen for this deck, it rotates through 4 different effects every turn. So Winter's actually a drawback. It makes my minions fragile for a turn. But then it gains me a life. It heals my minions for 1. And once every 4 turns, it draws me an extra card. Micro Mom, thanks for the 4 months of support. I appreciate that. Welcome back. These paths also have this pursuit line tagged onto them, which is a really elegant thing. It's something I've talked about wishing Magic would do. The pursuit line here gives you a extra bonus when you're on the draw. So for instance, with this path, when this deck's on the draw, it gets 2 extra starting life, which is great. That's a 5/5. That's a big boy. So, I think I'm going to go ahead and sheep this. And then my 2/3 kills their 2/2. And then we can just face them a couple of times here. This is kind of racing. Not really. I'm at 18. They're at 15. I don't think I want a healing potion here. I also don't think I really want to burn anything. So I'm just going to go ahead and pass. So this is piercing. It can deal, ignores armor, and gets an extra move action. Okay. So if I burn this, it gives me a 3rd purple, which I need to cast the spirit away. So I can go ahead and spirit this one away, which turns it into an 0/3 and shuffles it back into their deck. So now they kind of have a blank in their deck. And now I can deal 2 damage to anything, which I think I want to just deal a damage here, right? Yeah, that kills it. Oh, yeah. So the interaction in this game is great. So I was like, why did that get smaller? The artifacts in this game have a toughness on them, and as you attack the opponent for damage, the artifacts burn off eventually. So while this is a cheap buff to their things and enchantments, once they take 12, it goes away. Thanks, Troll. I appreciate it. So I'm gonna go ahead and just play out some dorks here to hopefully get set up to kill them next turn. And actually, I probably don't want to play out. I was gonna like burn this and play this out too, but playing out too many things if they have a sweeper effect of some kind is probably not ideal. So they played 2 unsummons, basically. And then it looks like they're dead to these 2. Or dead to just this one, actually, right? Because it does 2, and then I can face them for 2. Do we let her up? I think we're out of the bottom division of the ladder. We're slowly killing enemy minions as well. Do we get out of the bottom of the ladder? Look it, we got mana. Do each of the colors have a theme with their mechanics? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. We go first. I'm gonna burn this extra web. Again, mostly when I'm looking to burn, when you're looking to burn, you're looking to consider like what colors of cards you're looking to play, and then like what spots on your curve you're already gonna have plenty of cards for. So I'm gonna go ahead and burn this mimic. I think I'm gonna go ahead and play the Insatiant here. I could play this, but because this has Blight 1, generally speaking, I want to play this opposite of something that I want it to be blighting. So playing this out proactively gives my opponent extra information on how they want to position their units, so I'd rather wait to play this. The colors aren't as defined as Magic. Generally, each color has something they do different, but pretty much any color can do multiple different things. So they have a 2-mana 3/3, which kind of makes my 2-mana 2/3 a little bit sad. I think I'm gonna go ahead and burn the Venom Fang here since I have 2 of them. And I'm gonna go ahead and play my Shinobi out over here. And then there's no reason for me to attack in here because I'm just gonna give my opponent free damage if I do that. So I'd much rather make them spend their combat attacking their 3/3 into my 2/3. Flesh-Eaten Gnome. Let's get you a sword to go with that shield. Thanks for the entire year of support. Happy Wednesday. So again, this is a stealth. This card seems really powerful. One of the things I like about from a balancing aspect of this game is that the fact that you can only play one copy. The fact that you can only play one copy of a rare, or 2 copies of a rare and 1 copy of a mythic, makes the deck building a little bit deeper, it feels like, because you have to play commons and uncommons to like actually fill out the meat of your deck. All right, so I think I want to take this and jump it to here. So that way, because neither of these can block it from here, so this can't, so I wanna burn something here. I have 3/3s, so I probably don't mind burning one of those. And then I'm gonna go ahead and play out this 4/4 here in front of them. Careful, I might like this game more than Magic. Well, to set an incredibly low bar, this game has a lot less variance than Magic does. There's a lot more player agency in what's going on, both by virtue of how the combat system makes the game very interactive and the reduced variance from not having That's unfortunate. So they moved their guy over and then attacked my 2/3 down. I guess we kill that. Oh, my things are fragile from... I always forget that the fragile pops up. Awkward. So I guess I'll play this here and pass. So, again, my thing over here, it rotates through and gives me bonuses on 3 of the 4, but on the 4th during winter, it makes my minions take an extra damage in combat. That's a pretty bad exchange for me overall. We're kind of behind at the moment.
Let's do this.
Yeah, so that's a good question. So basically, the typical thing minions can do each turn is they get what they call a standard action in this game, so they can either move or attack. However, my opponent's hero power, which is what I forgot about here, lets them give a minion an extra movement. So they use their hero power to slide their guy down and then use the 1 attack that it has to and then use the 1 attack that it has to kill my thing. So this wipes out the board at least. So it gives all their stuff Blight 3, so on their turn all their stuff dies. But I'm down to 2 cards and they have 5 cards currently, so we're definitely pretty far behind. 6/6. That's terrifying. I guess this is deadly, so it's not that big of a deal. I don't really want to burn either of these, I don't think, so I'm just going to go ahead and pass. And this is smart on their part. So in addition to killing my thing, they use their ability to slide this down a little bit. And that's smart because they want to get away from this Goliath's web. Maybe I should have deployed the ghost into the Goliath's web there. Yeah, the hero powers are identical to Hearthstone. The difference being your hero power isn't tied to a specific class. It's tied to just you pick one with your deck, basically. So this card, when it comes into play, it basically creates a shock for them, adds an ignition to their hand. Please play another minion out. Unfortunate. Yeah, I think I just go ahead and do this, which will kill both their things at the start of their turn again. So a couple of 2-for-1s there. Maybe pulls us back in. Maybe. That's another 6/6, huh? Yikes. Oh, geez. They picked that back up? All right. Yeah, we're pretty dead here. All right, let's change decks. You want to mono red people? Let's mono red people. The mono red deck actually gets to draw a bunch of cards in this game, which I guess isn't that different from Magic these days, huh? Like light up the stage and stuff. All right, so I'm a little ways off of the 6-drop being good, but the 6-drop's also like really good, so I might want to hold it for later. I've got a number of 3s in my hand. I have a couple of 2s as well. I'm gonna burn one of my 2s because I don't need 2 of them. I think I'd rather keep the one with Rush. I'm gonna go ahead and deploy this here. Yeah, the bot's been super slow today. Like we had a command, I think. Should have burned the 6. I don't know that I agree with that. In fact, it's obvious that I don't agree with that because I didn't do it. If I thought that was right, I would have done it. You're always welcome to explain why you think that's correct if I make a play you don't agree with, but I'd ask that you please just don't be rude and just be like, you messed up. Because just saying I messed up and not being constructive or helpful about it doesn't help me learn and doesn't help people in chat learn. It's just kind of egotistical. Yeah, I understand that it gets shuffled back in, but guaranteed having this card on curve is very powerful. There's only a singleton copy of this, and the probability that I'm going to redraw this card by 6 is low. Or by 7, whenever I'm willing to play it out. So I understand what you're saying, that I'm not going to be able to play it for a while, but my position is that this card is powerful enough that I want to have it to play on curve. I think that's important. Breach, your opponent discards a card at random. That card is sick. That's pretty good. All right, so let's... Oh, wait. Oh, this is Lurker, right? Okay, so I have to kill this first. So let's burn this. to get a resource. Then this has rush, so it can attack right away. So if I play this out and then kill this, I can then have this kill this. All right.
Come play.
Yeah, this game is very much about being able to curve out in an ideal situation. So this is a 2-1 that deals 1 to me when it comes into play. And there's a lot more strategy and depth than you find in Magic because of that ability to like sequence and really try to curve out while you're playing. So this creates an ignition, which is a shock. Yeah, but your odds aren't good, right? Like, you're right that it's more likely than it would in Magic, but it's far from guaranteeing having a very powerful card to play on curve, right? Like, those are very different. So, this is one of the things that seems to be good when you're playing aggressive decks in this game. Because of the way the combat system works, if you're looking to edge damage through, positioning your first 3 minions on lanes 1, 4, and 7 makes it so your opponent can't block multiple minions with a single guy, which is great. So if my opponent commits one thing to the board here, it's not going to be able to block multiple of my guys, which is ideal. I'm going to get the most damage through this way, basically. Occupy Minion has Agile. Wow, that's really good. So Agile seems sweet with these Breach units. Oh, they're a 3-color deck. Interesting. Occupy Minion has Alpha Strike, sure. So I'm going to go ahead and Crimson Pact this and kill it. And so this is something that actually hasn't come up yet, but it's coming up now, is I think I should probably cut this card from this deck. This card's been kind of unimpressive when I've played it. It's a 4-1 with Rush and Overrun, so it's kind of like it kills something and hit them for some damage, but it's been a little bit mediocre for its cost. And this card, notably, compare this card to this card. You see how it's black on the center right here? That means I've already burned this card, so I can't actually burn this card again. So I would like to burn it because it kind of sucks. I'm probably going to cut it from the deck after this, but I can't because I've already burned it. Sacrifice enchantment after the occupied minion engages in combat. Alright, so I think I'm just going to draw 3 here to start. And then I'm going to burn this 3-drop. And I think I'm going to go ahead and play this 2 out here. And the reason to play this 2 is it's going to give me an ignition, which deals 2 to something. So then next turn, Magmatar dealing 3 plus ignition can finish this off, which is ideal. Hey, Rainer, thanks for the raid. Hope you had a good stream this morning. You only burn 1 copy of the same card per game. You can only burn the specific copy of a card once per game. So because this is a digital game, it tracks when you shuffle something back into your deck. So I've already burned this specific instance of Wings of Abaddon, basically. So if I drew my second Wings of Abaddon, I would be able to burn that one. But I've already burned this one specifically. And like, here's a good example. So this one I've burned, so I can't burn it again. But this one hasn't been burned yet. So I'm going to burn this for my 6th resource. And then I can go ahead and set up what I talked about setting up, which is playing this out to deal 3, and then playing this to deal 2 and finish it. So they've only got 1 card left, so we're pretty far ahead at this point. This one only has Rush when we have the other minion out that gives them Rush. Yeah. You have a 5-4. with Swift, which lets it move, and Piercing ignores armor. None of my stuff has armor. Alright, so they're dead, right? So I get to do this and trade these. Yeah, I guess that card was fine. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, Magmatar's real good. It's a good piece of top end. Alright, we go first. We have 2 2s, so I'm going to go ahead and burn one of those because I don't need multiple of them. Again, what you're figuring out to burn kind of seems like you're just like figuring out how you're supposed to be curving out in each hand. Yeah, a lot of the enchantments, like the 1-cost enchantments, especially people have been playing, have not seemed great. So this is so energy is something I haven't really talked about. So think of energy as kind of loyalty counters for cards, although they're on more than, obviously there aren't planeswalkers in this game. So what the energy does is different per unit. So this thing starts with an energy, and then it gets bigger. It gets an energy every time it moves each turn, so it's going to gain an energy per turn, basically. And then when it dies, they gain a mana for every 2 energy it's collected. So I think it's pretty important that I play these Trapezes out and kill this before they get to ramp with it. So our minions traded there because this had a bonus, Slayer bonus, which comes from their path here. Discard a card and all minions have Slayer, so they're probably playing a Reanimator style deck. There are exile effects that prevent death triggers. I don't know if there's exile, but there's a mechanic called suppress in this game, which effectively removes what's the word that I'm searching for? It removes removes the text on a card. Not so wicked Twitch. Can't watch as much as I used to, but I always get excited to catch on YouTube. Congrats to the win last week. Love it with Aristocrats. Thanks for the 10 months. I appreciate you keeping me around. So I think I'm just going to go ahead and trade here. The way my hand is set up this game, so this deck can be aggressive like last game, but we have a bunch of these like lose 3, draw 3. So because my hand is set up with 2 lose 3, draw 3s and a removal spell, I think I just want to like trade aggressively 1 for 1 here and then accrue some card advantage with these. When this dies, replace it with the bottom minion of your Boneyard and give it Ephemeral. So this will bring back this thing, which is a 4/5 with Swift, Frenzy, and Blast 2. So they're playing kind of opponent's playing kind of a Reanimator strategy. So let's draw 3 cards here. And then this 1-drop's kind of useless at this point, so let's just go ahead and burn that. Do I mind explaining the resources in this game? Yeah, so the basic idea is that you can discard any card that you already have back into your deck and then get a resource from it. So instead of having specific lands that you tap, you just have a total resource pool here. So this 4 means at the start of my turn, I go back to 4 resources. This is my current remaining. Hey, thanks for the 11 months, like Amash. I appreciate that. Welcome back. He'll be diving into New Standard on Arena tomorrow at noon. What does this card do? So this for 1 energy lets them Divination 4, which lets them look at the top 4 cards of their deck, put 1 to put on top, and then shuffle the rest back in underneath it. Alright, so what do I want to do here? I kind of want to set myself up so when I kill this, I have a way to deal with this 4/5. I guess I have these extract lives in my hand. So I think I'm gonna play this 4-1 out here, so that way if they want to trade into here, I can extract life their thing next turn. Then I'm going to go ahead and burn this 2-drop. I could play the 2-drop out, I guess. Maybe I actually want to do that. I'm going to burn the Wings of Abaddon and play out this 3-1 as well. So that way I can deal with this and then extract life their 4-5 next turn. So this thing has a ton of busted keywords on it. That's unfortunate. I give it -3 attack. Yep. It's gonna eat this, I assume. Damage on minions is permanent, unless you have something that says it heals them. So I'm gonna go ahead and extract life on here, and you can see when I mouse over this, the interface is great and lets me know that this is going to kill their thing. Hey Snuggle, thanks for the continued Prime support. I appreciate that. Welcome back. I think I'm actually gonna pass here. I don't really, and that's one of the things too, is like, unlike Magic, where like if you have a land you should be playing it out, in this game your lands are otherwise real cards, right? So like when your deck curves out to a certain point, you want to stop playing things, you have more gas basically. So their hero power here just straight up deals the damage to me for 2 mana. Yeah, this is actually sweet for us. So they've put these here, and Magmatar is going to enter here and deal 3 to both of these and clean them out. When you burn a card, you get 1 resource, or is it CMC? You get 1 resource per card burned. So burning more expensive cards does not give you more resources. And you can see here, when I hover this over this lane, it tells me they're both going to die. When I move it here, it says just this'll die. The little things that the interface does to let you know what's going to happen are really great. So, extract life uses all your remaining resources, basically. Yeah, so it does damage equal to how many resources you pump into it, essentially. And you can see we're pretty far ahead here at this point. Like, I'm ahead on board, and my opponent only has 2 cards in their hand. They stunned my thing, so I assume it can't do anything next turn. Alright, so that's a 2-4. So I'm going to go ahead and Crimson Pact this to kill it. And then I'm going to go ahead and burn this Ringmaster, I think, to play the Panic Raider out. And Panic Raider has Rush, so it gets to attack right away. And every time this hits my opponent, it gets smaller and I draw a card. So basically this thing does 3 damage and draws 2 cards, which is great. So this is a symbol on the right side of your resource bar, do/mean. So these are colors, basically. So there's 6 colors in this game that you can mix and match. I'm currently playing a monocolored deck, so the colors are kind of irrelevant for me because I'm always going to have them. But my opponent's deck, for instance, these here, they have green and purple. Deal 1 damage to your opponent when you cast a spell. That's rude. So I'm going to start by attacking them with this to draw a card. And they're out of cards at this point, so... Should we be using the mono red border? Yeah, good call. Good call. Where's my thing at? We're smoking people. There's mono red. This kills this. This guy's super powerful. He gives all your minions with 4 attack or less rush so they can attack right away. It's just like hasty boys and girls. So my opponent's currently ahead on health, but I've got 2 minions on board and they have no cards in their hands, so they're pretty far behind at this point. How about a draw 3? Draw 3 that draws 2. I think we're pretty solidly into garbage time here. I believe the max hand size is 10, which is great because it means I can draw plenty of cards and not worry about it. You have to discard down to 9. Oh, interesting. This is a new CCG that came out recently called Mythgard. Tradesies. Oh, I didn't mean to tell him to move. That was a misclick. That's fine. That's fine. I have so many cards, let's just get another resource. Heap thinking your guys have flying on your turn. Yeah, it's a little bit different when you're used to the cards hovering on arena. But the cards floating just signifies that you have something to do still for the turn.
Trouble's coming.
Wow, this card's really powerful. Create a 2/2 Agile Imp in one of your unoccupied lanes. Too bad it's dead. All right, so I actually forgot to fill my water bottle up this morning when I came down because I was running a little bit behind. I'm going to run a quick ad break, and I'm gonna go fill my water bottle while I do that. And when I get back, we're gonna play some more. Probably gonna hang out and play for another, I don't know, hour, 2 hours or so at least. Been enjoying this one, so BRB. It does have a great overlay as well. I'm gonna maybe edit this a little bit. BRB. I wish you would explain the casting cost better. I mean, what is there really to explain? Like a card costs mana and has a color requirement. It's about all you need to know, right? We don't currently have new standard Rhino Garth, so only wizard special chosen few get to play with the new cards. I get access to Eldraine tomorrow at noon, just like everybody else. That's really weird, Rule 19. You say noon, but we'll really be on the... Yeah, like, nobody knows, too, right? Like, are they actually going to have a successful rollout? Last time they did not have a successful rollout. I'm not holding my breath, is all I'm going to say. Welcome to any new folks that have poked in just for because we're up in the Mythgard channel, by the way. If you're new to my content, my name is Jeff Hoagland. I'm a full-time Twitch streamer here. I focus primarily on Magic the Gathering, but I dip on into other card games on occasion. Started poking at Mythgard over the weekend on my mobile, and I really liked it. And Magic's currently in downtime this morning, so I decided to stream a little bit of it. It's been fun. We're playing a mono red deck this morning. This hand's great. We're on the play. As good as Magmatar is, it's kind of expensive, so I think I'm going to burn. I've got a lot of 2s. I have this draw 3, so I'm probably going to be able to get to this. Yeah, there's no mulligan in this game because you just don't have the variance that's baked into a game like Magic to, like, make mulligan super necessary, it feels like to me. Because remember, every hand in this game effectively has lands and spells in it, right? It's not like Magic where, like, you're gonna effectively not get to play with a significant number of your hands, right? Unless you build, yeah, that's probably a good way to put it, Corey. Like every reasonable deck is gonna be. So this is a 1/2. So rather than trade my 2/1 for their 1/2 here, I'm gonna go ahead and burn a 2-drop here because I've got plenty of these, and this 2-drop has Rush, which means it can attack right away. So my 2/2 is gonna eat their 1/2, and then my 2/1 can attack their face. I have the give a minion +1 attack till end of turn power. No one's complained, so I assume my overlay is mostly okay. But how do we feel about where my overlay elements are? Maybe if I put this here and put this other add bar underneath it, is that more ideal? That might actually be more ideal. I haven't really thought too hard about it. What do we think of that? That balances the screen pretty well too. To have the add bar in either corner. I think that's better. And then they played another 1/2 over here. So I think I actually just play the trapeze artist that we drew over here and run this down again. Yeah, I definitely can't put my face in the left without covering the health total a little bit. Huh? I'm gonna bin the Fire Song Prodigy. I'd rather keep my draws. This is just such a good piece of top end. Yeah, the resource system in this game is really elegant. It's well done. It gives you one of the strengths of the Magic resource system is the deck building flexibility that it offers. Wow, that card's really good. Create 3 1/1 cadets in friendly adjacent occupied lanes. Unoccupied lanes. That's, yep, okay, huh. Huh? So what I want to do here, they're just going to trade for my things otherwise. So I guess I smash in. I mean, if I don't attack, they're going to attack me, right? I think I'm going to play this and smack them. Is there any card RNG other than draws? I don't think so. Not that I've seen. I'm gonna burn wings here. But it looks to be playing a mono green deck at the moment. Who controls the Aura on the pedestal? Aura on the pedestal, that's a good question. So, this is my opponent's path. So the Oreo is my opponent's path. And on the left is my path. So my path basically says every time 3 of my creatures die, the bottom creature of my discard pile comes back to my hand. What does my opponent's path actually do? I should read this. So it says flips between night and day. Night, divination, draw a card, and all your minions that didn't attack heal for 1 at the end of your turn until day. Discard a card. All minions get Slayer 1 until night. Weird. So Divination 2, draw a card. Well, this one's actually really good, huh? So Divination 2 lets you look at your top 2 and put 1 back. So every other turn, they get to draw an extra card here. Is that what this does? That seemed kind of busted, if so. Let's start by drawing a card here. So combat is not determined by having a 50% chance. No, it's not. This is not a crappy artifact. All right, so let's do this and have this finish this off. Yeah, no magic today, Manatide. Sorry, I missed that. So Magic Online has downtime until 2 p.m. Central today scheduled, and Arena doesn't have new cards for everyone else until tomorrow at noon. So tomorrow I'll be starting at noon and going for at least 5 or 6 hours, maybe longer. And then Friday and Saturday I'm planning to do 8 to 9 hours of all standard stuff. You know what might have been better? I could have played this. I always forget my hero power and infused it up to a 4 and used this to kill their 1/4 and then kept my 2/1 around. There are sweepers in this game.
There are always consequences.
This card has 3 energy to start, and it can spend an energy to stun a minion. And it gains... Alright, so what do I want to do here? This is a 2/4. I think I'm going to go ahead and trade this plus the Magmatar activation to finish this off here. I think that's fine. It's honestly impressive to me how bad Artifact was, considering like how good games like this and the Warhammer card game are. Just like these small indie studios just did so much better than Valve managed to do. Gets +2/+2 when you cast a spell. Sounds like it's going to trade for these two. Actually, let's play this, and I'll trade a 3/2 and a 3/1 for this. And then again, they're pretty... Oh, I need a resource, so let's burn this. This is ephemeral, right? Yeah. And they're behind at this point, unless they find some bombs, because, like, I am ahead on board, and I've got 4 cards in my hand to their 1. Digging to a Doomblade's a good suggestion. I missed, so it would have ended up the same anyways, but you're right, I should have dug for a removal spell before trading 2 for 1. I have played Eternal. Eternal, to me, just felt like Fisher-Price Magic. It was so close to Magic, but just like cheaper in a way. So this card's warded, so cannot be damaged or destroyed outside of combat. So the Ignition and the Magma Charge don't kill this. It also has Slayer, so it deals extra damage to minions, so these two will trade next turn. We're not guaranteed to win from here, but we're pretty far ahead. Oh, I always do that too. All right, well, we missed 3 points of damage. We're far enough ahead that it probably doesn't matter, but I missed 3 points of damage. Hey, M. Frigley, thank you for the very generous tier 2 resub. Pumped to see ALD next tomorrow. Remember, my tier 2 subs support me a little bit extra, so they get to bump a deck in the queue when they resub. So if you want to take a peek at the queue and let me know if there's something there you want to see a little bit sooner, I'd be happy to bump it up by 10 points. So feel free to DM me or email me or whatever's convenient for you. Hey, awesome. Good you? I'm glad you're enjoying it. It's refreshingly, it's familiar, but different enough to be interesting. The combat system is really elegant. I really feel like they took the best parts of the Magic resource system and the best parts of the combat. The best parts of Magic's combat and the best parts of Hearthstone's combat and pushed them together. Am I very good at this game, or is this deck absurdly powerful? Why not both? Yeah, Bring to Niv's great. I actually just commissioned artwork for my graphics guy to add Bring to Niv to the website. This is on Steam. There's an official OS X and Windows client on Steam, but it also runs on Linux, obviously, because I'm playing it. It also has Android and iOS clients. No, you can just go ahead and donate for that one, Hyder. Unless you have a specific 75 you want, you can just say send dollars for whatever. Oh yeah, it runs in the web browser too. There's a couple of ways to eat this Rhesus. It doesn't really matter. I'm just gonna pass here in case they have a sweeper. How did I miss lethal? Oh, I could have burned a card, right? I could play this here, pump it, hit them for 3, play this Ignition them. Yeah. Don't you find the paths too complex with everything going on? I think there's a lot going on when you first start, but I think the paths are something that's good because it creates a lot of deck building depth. I think this game definitely has a little bit of a danger of like there's too much going on when you first start, but one of the things that I think helps a little bit is if you effectively ignore the paths and the hero powers, you can still play the game reasonably. And like once you get the core down, you can kind of start paying attention to more of the other details going around. And don't play till... Yes, you'll still... Hyder, thanks for doling out some sub-gifties. I assume those are for Bring to Niv. Welcome to our newest members of Hooglandia. Glittering Wish Niv, yes. 10 out of 10. And yeah, Gold Dead Ringer, to answer your question, you don't fall out of Mythic. You can fall, your rank in Mythic will go down. What do you think of this whole impeachment hoopla that's going down at the moment? I think it is important to have all of the Republicans in Congress who are complicit in what the current president has been doing, to have them have a formal written record of them defending him. Even if the Senate is controlled by the Republicans and it's not actually going to go through, it's not going to actually, like, he's not going to be removed from office via impeachment. I think it is valuable to have all of the complicit Republicans on record stating that they are supporting and they think he's done nothing wrong, because that's very obviously not the case. Found out the government is going to pay for my senior year and semester one to spread the love around. Hey, that's awesome. Congrats. I think I'll take deck submissions for Mythgard in the future. Maybe?
Looking good.
I don't want to make any commitments because there's a very the likely reality is that I'm probably not going to get into more Mythgard on stream for the next week at least, because Magic is releasing a new set tomorrow on Arena. So, and Magic is my job, right? Like, I like this game, but definitely, like, you know, the viewer count's lower and it doesn't pay my bills. But I do plan, once the hype dies back around the Magic set and I'm not doing 50 hours a week of Magic, to probably mix some of this in on the regular. One of the things to keep in mind too, a couple people are talking about the Steam numbers. Because this game's on mobile too, I'd expect games like this to have a lot more players on mobile than they do on Steam on average, just because the mobile market is just so much bigger. So this card creates a Biting Blade card, which can give their minions +1 attack. I think I'm just trading these off, which feels a little bit bad, because like I'm trading 1 for 1 and they got like a little bit of bonus here. So again, combat tells me that these are going to trade off here, which is nice. And then I think I want to get my Panic Raiders going. What do I want to burn, though? I probably don't need 2 Ichor Feasts at the moment if I have double Panic Rider plus another one. It's my #1 improvement I'd like to see. I don't know. I don't like to willy-nilly give feedback. So, like, I've probably logged getting close to 10 hours at this point, but that's really not enough to say, oh, I really need this specific thing. This is a new CCG called Mythgard. All right, so I could trade these here, but this card is super powerful in these red aggressive decks. It gives my other friendly minions with 4 or less strength rush, so they can attack right away. So I think what I'd actually rather do is burn this to get my 4th resource, and then I can play my Ringmaster down here, and then I can play this, and it gets rush, and I can trade these off here, and then this can hit my opponent for another 1, and it draws me another card. This card. This is the red deck in this game getting to play draw 3, lose 3, and this are great. So that's a stealth minion. So again, I don't get to know what this is until it attacks or is attacked. I think I'm just gonna wings and try and run this over. Yeah, I agree with that, Pelly. The effects that they have tend to be similar to black and red. So this was a 2/5 with Deadly. Minions you create get stealth. This ability does not break stealth. That card is sweet. Oh, it's a mythic. That card's gasoline. The stealth mechanic seems sweet. Very Morph-esque in a nice way. All right, so I think I want more resources at this point. Again, I have 2 Ichor Feasts, and I don't think I need 2 at the moment, especially with this Panic Rider. Because, like, this will draw 3, and this will draw me 1 to 2, and there's only 31 cards in my deck. One of the things I haven't shown in this game is the integrations from a software perspective in this game are awesome. There's an in-game deck tracker right here that you can pull up for both yourself and the opponent. So you can see what cards have been burned back into their deck, and you can see their hand and their boneyard. Oh, I should have pupped. I should have pupped. I didn't pup because I'm dumb, because I was talking. Blast 3 deals 3 non-combat damage to adjacent enemy minions after striking. That's busted. We're gonna Crimson Pack the crap out of that one. Alright, so let's start by drawing 3 here. Now let's Panic Raider. So I've missed 4 points of damage by forgetting to play this last turn, which is kind of a big deal. Has WotC said anything about match history? They've not. I'm sure it's on their feature list that they just, like, don't have time to get to because, you know, it's not like they're a multi-million-dollar parent company. Did I forget to attack with this? I'm really... The play patterns in this game are not glued into my head yet, so I'm definitely making a lot of small mistakes while talking and playing. Alright, let's attack with this before I forget. Yeah, when I get more dust, I should craft a 7-ring ritual. I ran out of dust. Yeah, giving this 4-1 rush is busted. I haven't played this game enough, and I'm not familiar with it enough to, like, do sweet things yet, so I've mostly just been focusing on aggressive decks. This thing has piercing and life tap. Gross. Are they dead? I think they're dead, right? I can hit them for 4 here, and I can hit them for 2 here, and then I can play this and kill them. Alright, let's just ignore it. Go around. The plebs are free because I usually take the chat out of sub-only mode for non-magic games. Because as you can see, the viewer count tends to be a bit lower in non-magic games. So the chat's not as crazy. Why couldn't the 2/2 in the middle hit for lethal? Good question. So the way combat in this game works is unless a unit has an ability called Agile, it has to attack a defending unit. So if there's a unit in front of it or on either side, you have to attack one of the blocking units. So the best way I can describe it is this game takes the best parts of Magic's combat and the best parts of Hearthstone's combat and combines them together in a really great way. So this game's incredibly interactive, like Hearthstone, because units can attack other units. So basically all your minions are removal spells if you want them to be. But it's not like Hearthstone where your opponent can just, like, jam face on you because you can actually put things in to block. Yeah, the overlay is sick, and this is honestly what made me fire up the stream when I saw it. To enable the overlay, there's literally a streaming checkbox in the client, which is absurd. Like one of my big complaints from WotC is they don't put enough emphasis into these important little details like that. So like having that just like first in the client is just very, very good. What do I want to burn here? I kind of want to hold on to these. I think I'm just going to burn this 1-drop. 1-drop's kind of medium on turn 2. Oh no, is it a mono red mirror? Might be playing a red mirror. That card's probably going to be great in a red mirror. This card's probably less good. probably dead if I play it out, huh? Let's just draw 3. See where to go from there. What's the longest game you've played so far? I think all the games I've played have been like sub 10 minutes. But I've also made a point to like focus on playing aggressive decks while I'm learning games. It's just smart to focus on playing aggro when you're learning a game for the first time. I did watch a little bit of people streaming Eldraine stuff. What was the card? The Great Henge seems as awesome as I was expecting it to be. The blue-red draw 2 deck seems really neat. Oko seems as good as expected. That sucks, Green Sky. This card's really good. Lets them draw a card and then put one back. That's a Crimson Pact. All right, so... Huh? Do I want to just kill this? I think I want to just kill this. 2/5 is real big. It's possible I should be playing some of this card. 2/5 is like a big boy. It's not very aggressive, but it's got a big butt. And now, what do I want to burn here? I think holding this card for later is good. I'm going to burn the Trapezus here. I could play the Trapezus, but like the 2/2's not very good at this point.
Lie still.
So this card's really good in these aggressive mirrors. It's a 4/4 with lifelink. So I think what I want to do here is I want to burn the Magmator, because this lets me play Ringmaster here, which then gives this rush. So this is going to let them gain 4 from life tap, but they're probably going to gain 4 regardless, and these trade and this draws a card. So like they gain 4, but I'm like card neutral on that exchange. Like my card that took their card drew a card. Play draw seems really? Why do you think that? One of the other things that's nice too is that the pursuit mechanic in this game gives you a bonus when you're on the draw, which is really elegant. One of the things I've often commented on I wish Magic did was have a better bonus for being on the draw. Oh, is there a max life? I did not realize there was a max life. Is your starting life total your max? Seems so. Okay, interesting.
Lie still.
Is Mythgard have a best of 3 queue, or is it just best of 1? I believe it's just best of 1, but I also think best of 1 in games like Mythgard are okay. Because one of the big reasons I have a problem with playing best of 1 in Magic is because Magic's a game where a significant portion of the time you just don't get to play a game of Magic. And the way the resource system in this game works, you always get to play a game basically. If your deck's built reasonably, you're gonna get to actually play. I forgot to use this. It'll be okay. All right, don't play a sweeper. All in, go. Oh, that's interesting. It only dealt 1 because my thing only had 1 toughness. That's different than Magic, where you can deal more than it has toughness. Are they dead? They're actually exactly dead with this draw rate. card material. Based on how the game is designed, what do you think the life expectancy of the game will be? Do you think it's significantly deep enough to keep on keeping on? Yeah, I would expect if they can churn out cards to that there's a lot they can do with the base system that they've created. The way the game is designed at its core, there are a lot of knobs they can turn to balance and change and push things in different directions. So the economy is basically, it's very similar to the Hearthstone crafting and dusting economy, but you can also open random wild cards similar to Arena. So you buy packs and can dust things and all that jazz. I'm actually really surprised that we're up to 350 people. Usually when we start with a non-magic game, we don't get up that high. So that's that bodes well. I think I'm gonna burn this. Am I? Magmatar's probably gonna be pretty good here. I'm gonna burn this 3-drop. This is basically a 3-drop. No, I'm not doing any magic today. Magic Online's not scheduled to be back online until 2 o'clock today, which is 5 hours from now. Has 9 hours of downtime. And Eldraine doesn't release until noon tomorrow for everyone else. Firing up some Hex. Occupying minion has +2 attack and overrun. Yep. Alright, smack your face. Burn the trapeze artist. Play Firesong Prodigy here, which creates an ignition, and then we'll ignite this one. The sound design of this game is really good. Yeah, so if you're interested in trying this game out, 2 things that I would like to plug that I've not talked about today is, first, there's a single player campaign mode that you can play through just fine without putting any dollars in. And second, and this is something that I love, that every card game from now until forever should be doing this. They give you 2 completely free decks that you don't have to have any of the cards in to play them, that the community has built that you can play ranked and unranked with. And those decks rotate from a pool of 26 decks every Monday and Friday. So you can even sit and play the game and like ladder up and stuff without putting any dollars in, just playing the community submitted decks. The orbs. So the numbers in the top left, the number in the circle is the number of resources that it costs to play the card, and then the symbols underneath it, in this case 3 red, dictates I need to have burned 3 red cards to play this, basically. This card's really good and really annoying. It goes back from the boneyard to their hand at the end of every one of their turns, so it's just going to eat my stuff. This card's super powerful. Hey, Psychologist, thanks for the 12 months of support. Let's get you a sword to go with that shield. This game is on mobile. I think I'm just going to Ichor Feast here. Can't wait for the Eldraine content later this week. Keep up the amazing work. Solaris, thanks for the 12 months. Let's get you a sword to go with that shield. Thanks for keeping me around. Yep, so these trade and they're going to get this back at the end of their turn. Just like that, Root Samurai. Yikes, that's an 8/6. Well, I could theoretically Crimson Pact that, I guess. And I guess this is gaining me 2, so maybe that's fine. Maybe that's fine. I don't know the answer. This Mythgard survey asked me if I played Magic, and one of the options is Magic is most of my net worth and I feel attacked. It's possible keeping both of these is wrong, just because, like, these both cost me life, but this is probably gaining me at least 2 more, so hopefully we can be okay.
Beginning analysis.
So I assume they'll burn something and play this card out as well. Oh, they already used their green, so they can't replay this. They didn't burn a green card. That's good for us. I mean, I would assume that the enchantment removal feels underplayed, because honestly, a lot of the enchantments feel super underwhelming. Like, obviously, I'm still learning my way around the game a little bit, but most of the enchantments in this game do not seem particularly good. Alright, down to 6. Greatness at any cost, chat. After an opponent's minion deals combat damage to a player, it takes 2 damage, and this artifact loses 2 durability. Gross. Wow, that card's good. Yeah, this is a mono red deck that I put together. Wow, they burned the 2/1. Interesting. All right. Yeah, I mean, this is gonna die, but I think I need to work my way through this, basically, right? Yes, there are, this is a full art card. So there are full art cards, basically. Yes, I'm just playing random ranked matches currently. So we're a little bit low on life, but they're down to 7 now. And this will give my Duskwing Angel rush next turn, which will gain me a little bit of life back as well, so that's nice. Yeah, the sword killed 3 of my things. So that was like pretty good rate. Oh. Are they dead? I think they're dead, right? Yeah, I can do this. And they're dead. They're dead a couple different ways here. I could do this, or I could use the infused power. That would, someone asked me earlier, do I have any feature requests for the developers? That would be a feature request that would probably be easy-ish for them to implement. Does the overlay not show my deck list? I bet it doesn't. That would be nice. The overlay having a deck list component would be ideal. Yeah, I can pull this up. Is there an easy way for me to share this? Is there like a deck export button? So there's an export button to just like share it to. It only copies it to my clipboard. Yeah, but letting people mouse over cards on their own and read them would be good. I guess that would be another feature request for me too. Is one of the things the Warhammer TCG does really well is when you share a deck, it exports it to a website where you can give people links to easily import it and like see what all the cards do. So like this is the deck list, and I guess I can go drop it on Pastebin for people who want it. All right, there's a base bin. So having it export to a website that's easy to view would be nice. Would be an ideal feature. K-Dog, the bottom right-hand corner ad, OBS has an image slideshow option. So it's just using that. All right, should we try something else? Let's try something else. Most of my decks have red in them because the red cards draw cards. Let's try mono green. I asked in the Mythgard Discord for aggressive decks last night. Someone linked this mono green deck, so let's see how this goes. No worries, Dan, and that sucks. Been there. Definitely replaced credit cards a few times recently. Hey, Trax, thanks for the host. Hope you had a good stream this morning. All right, so we're on the play. I need to read a lot of the cards in this. So this is banish the bottom cards your boneyard in order to draw 2 cards. This probably won't be useful till later. Also, this is an 8-drop, so let's burn the 8-drop. Definitely don't need to draw the 8-drop. Put my house elf into play. Deal 1 damage to your opponent whenever one of their minions attacks you. He's got a little vacuum. I'm gonna stand up for a little bit. Oh, we should change colors too, right? We're green now. Probably burn a 6-drop here. Play out a 2. Hopefully my opponent plays a minion this turn so that way I can play this out as a 4/4 next turn. The overlay should work with cards in play too. Yeah, I have a desk with that has motors. So again, I have to attack their minion if it's directly across or on either side of one of my minions. So there's a blocking element when you're positioning your things. It's not like Hearthstone where you can just like run down people's faces, which is great. So we're currently ahead on board, but the opponent is also has a ton of cards in hand. Return an enchantment to top its owner's decks. They don't have any enchantments right now, so let's burn that one. I think I'm going to go ahead and deploy this 4/4 down here, and then I get to go ahead and activate its ability for divination. How do I do this? All right, so I get to put one of these on top, and then the other one goes away. So I think I want the Avenging Alpha on top, because I'm a little bit away from a 6-drop still. And the Avenging Alpha, they're probably going to kill my House Elf next turn, which lets the Avenging Alpha enter as a 6/6, which is a big boy. Yeah, I agree, Nivik. Like I said, the best way I can describe the combat system in this game is it's like if you took the best parts of Hearthstone's combat and the best parts of Magic's combat and pushed them together in a really elegant way. I am Andorak. This is called Mythgard. It's a new CCG that released on Steam and mobile in open beta recently. So Avenging Alpha is normally a 4/4 for 4, but it enters with 2 more strength if something I had died last turn, which is nice. And I think I'm actually just gonna end turn here. I don't really want to burn anything just yet. Because it's potential, like, if they play out another unit here, next turn I'm going to go, like, Gallows Boy plus Leshy, and, like, have a 5/5 Leshy, which is great. There are a couple of cards that trigger effects on your opponent's turn, but it is not like Magic where there's a priority-based system, no. You mind explaining the resource and the fight systems? Yeah, so the resource system is basically any card in your hand that you haven't already used as a resource, you can discard back into your deck to gain a permanent resource and gain a colored gem of that type, basically. So there's 6 colors, like Magic has 5 colors, so the deck building depth goes a long way in terms of playing different cards of different colors and mixing and matching with a lot of different combinations. This is working out really well. Just played a bunch of minions out. So I'm going to go ahead and burn this, for instance. I'm going to take this card and discard it. And when I discard it, you're going to see my resources go up to 5 remaining for the turn and 5 total. Then I'm going to go ahead and play out this 2/2. And then I'm going to go ahead and play out this card, which is now a 7/7 because there are 7 minions in play. Yes, every card has can be played as a land of that color is exactly correct. And then the turn ordering is flexible in this game. So you can, like, fight, then play a card, then fight again. You could play both your cards, then do all your fighting. You can kind of mix and match what's optimal. So for example, in this case, it was optimal for me to play my units before fighting because this guy gets bigger based on how many units are in play. So I want to play him before I fight their stuff. And then we're almost out of gas, but we got Raid the Tombs as our last card here to get rid of 2 cards from our graveyard to draw 2 cards. So, again, feeling pretty far ahead. We got a bunch of big stupids in play. They're at 16. They're at 16, and I currently have 17 power in play. Okay, so I'm assuming they're going to ignition this. Yep. So they're stabilizing a little bit. Adjacent minions have 1 attack and overrun. That's pretty good. So let's draw 2 to start. So if I put this here, it's going to give them overrun. So overrun is effectively trample for the Magic players at home. So they're at 3, and I have 3 lethal threats. And I actually, When I put this deck together last night, I hadn't unlocked the correct power-up that I wanted to go with it, so let me fix that really quick. I want this to have the infuse power, not smite. So you unlock these various powers by playing the game. You can see there's 2 down here I haven't unlocked yet, but infuse seemed like one of the better ones. Gives one of your minions +1 attack, which is great. So let's do that. Is there something that makes it unique? I mean, it's a unique mix of those things, Monkey Unit. There's something to be said for taking the good parts of other things and getting rid of the crap, right? So something that I don't understand is some of my cards are randomly full art and others aren't. I'm not quite sure what the logic is on when that happens. While occupied, you have an additional mana. When you create a minion in this lane, gain 1. Wow, now that's a good enchantment. That's one I've not seen it. A lot of the enchantments have seemed kind of medium. That's a good card. Oh, it's a perk of being a partner. That makes sense. That makes sense because they want the partners to show off their full art things. Okay, that's good. Random cards in your deck get prestige. Got it. Cannot take more than 2 damage per combat. That's really good. So the Mythgard has what they call their partner program because they understand that content creators are an important part of making your game happen and be popular. So anyone can apply for their partner program if you're streaming or making YouTube videos and stuff, and there are certain thresholds that you have to meet to get accepted. That my metrics from doing magic stuff far exceeded. Alright, so they played an artifact over here. So this can spend a resource to give a minion +1/+1. That's actually really good. Adjacent minions have 1 attack and overrun. So I think I actually want to play this here. So this way this can get +1 attack. So I can trade this here. Yeah, I feel like the number of things that like the dev team for this game just like already has done for how young this game is makes me really think that like they get it. Like they understand the things that I at least would consider important. So this is stunned. This is restore 3 durability to all your artifacts. Interesting. And this is Defender, Immobile, Sap 3, draw a card. This game does have a friends list, actually. Return an enchantment at the top of its owner's deck. Actually, rewind text is actually really good here, right? So I get to do this, which makes them redraw that card. Then that card's kind of medium at this point in the game, which is nice. And I'm going to go ahead and deploy this here. I think I'm going to put this detained away. I hear those features are impossible to implement. Yep. This game also has a 2v2 mode. So there's a 4-player mode. You can spectate people's games in client. I definitely plan to post a tweet later throwing some shade at Wizards of the Coast. Just being like, this is all the stuff Mythgard has. It's great. Alright, so I think I want to do this, and then I think I'm playing this out here.
Do you seek wisdom?
Do I want to hold on to this for now? Probably. I'm definitely not ready for an 8-drop, so let's grab the Detained. My opponent has a bunch of artifacts, so attacking them would be good, because attacking them hits their artifact durability down. When I did a lot of Hex, I was not doing as much Magic. So Magic wasn't my job then. It was shortly after I took off of Hex that my Magic stuff really took off and turned into a job. Get an 0-1, any players occupied lane, draw a card. What does this do when it dies? Restore 3 durability to all your artifacts. Create a 1-1 Temple Snake here. If it's unoccupied at the start of your turn, create another Temple Snake. Huh? Okay, so feeling behind, but every other time we felt behind, we've managed to catch back up, so... I guess I could do this and throw this back on top of their deck. Let's do that, actually. And then I can burn this and play another one of these over here.
Do you seek...
I am running this on Wine. I'm running this on Steam's Proton. I don't really want to draw a Gallows Boy next turn, so let's Divination again with this one. This game does have an official web browser client, though, so I could technically run it through that natively through Chrome. So what's this do? When you create an artifact, gain an energy and add a Forge Link to your hand with strength and health equal to energy. Oh, that's really good. Alright, so... I would like a 6/6 next turn. And then... I think I'm going to go ahead and raid the tombs to start here and draw 2. Then I can put this here... which gives this an attack and overrun, so I can go ahead and trade this plus deal a little bit of damage to them. And then I think I want to go ahead and burn this for an energy, because I'm going to need this next turn anyway, so I'll go ahead and get the House Elf out here. Might as well. Is Hex shut down? Hex is like in a state where like the lights are on but nobody's home, is the best way I could describe Hex currently. Hey, Airbrass, glad to hear it. The game's got a lot going on. Really well done in a lot of ways. Feeling a little bit dead at the moment. Where did this thing come from? Yeah, I read Corey's thing, but I think after reading Corey's thing, I think my assessment of the lights are on, but nobody's home is probably still accurate. Once per turn, banish the bottom card of your Boneyard to create a 1/1 Cobblejack in one of your lanes. Oh, that's where that came from. That's very good. Yeah, I think we're dead here. They have these artifacts over here that are making their things bigger. And these colors that we're playing don't really have catch-up mechanics at this point. Like, unlike the red deck that we were playing earlier, this deck doesn't have ways to, like, draw a bunch of cards in it. I guess my path kind of helps me a little bit, huh?
Do you seek wisdom?
Alright, that's a 6/6. They just get to make like a 3/3 every turn though with this, right? Because they're getting +2/+2, and I can't really attack them to beat down these artifacts. I think we're dead. We even get coins when we lose. That's so nice. Let's try one more, but I think I like this mono green deck less than the red deck. This card's very powerful. A lot of the removal is a little bit more expensive than this. This has a little bit of a restriction on it, but like, you can get rid of your things pretty good. This Grinning Kolbach might be one of the best turn 1 plays in this game. So it comes into play with an energy, and every time it moves, it gains an energy. And then when it dies eventually, it gives us extra mana for every 2 energy it had. Yeah, it's not quite Land War Elves, but it's close. And he's swift, so he can actually move twice a turn, but only gets 1 energy for the first move. Yeah, so like, when this dies, I'm gonna get 1 extra mana, which is sweet. Maybe I don't need 2 Lead Astray. How is Jeff's history from streaming? Started from Hex, then Magic, or started from Magic, then maining Hex, then back to Magic? The last one, Psychic Robot. So I started streaming. My channel's been, I've been a Twitch partner for almost 4 years now, or 4 years now. This month was 4 years actually. And then I was streaming for like a year or 2 before that. I actually started because I was just playing a bunch of Magic online while my newborn was like napping or sleeping, and people were like, hey, you should stream while you play Magic online. So I was like mostly doing silent streams on Moto. Alright, so I think I want to think Lead Astray works here. Most of these stealth units have four or less. So yeah, alright. Bye, Felicia. Man, if this thing gets to +2 mana, that would be sick. What happened? We wanted the big 4-year party. Yeah, I don't know. It ended up just too much stuff going on. Get Lurker until your next turn and deal 2 damage. Some mobile. Okay, so I actually want to move this over at this point, so it goes up to 4, and I'm gonna run this into here, so that way I get +2 mana, which is great. And then I'm going to go ahead and put this here, which gives this +1 attack. And this has a mechanic called Slayer, so it deals +1, so these two will trade. I don't think I want to burn anything here, although I guess this isn't very good at this point. Yeah, I'll hang tight. If they play out like 2 minions next turn, I can go like Born Again plus Leshy and have a pretty decently sized thing. Do I like the art in this game? Yeah, it's well done. In general, I tend to prefer fantasy genres to like guns and stuff, but the actual like Vorthos behind games largely isn't the reason I play them. Like the actual mechanics that the games have tend to be much more important to me than things like that.
Pay your premiums.
Whenever another minion dies, gets an energy, and every 3 energy it can draw a card. Huh. So that's actually, getting that back is kind of sweet. So if I get rid of this Avenging Alpha, I can go minion, 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 which seems great. Here's my 7/7, my 6/6, whatever, however big this is. And like Traitorous Murmur, just like straight up mind control, which seems great if they finally drop a bomb. And then we've got Raid the Tomb Seers a draw 2, so like we're ahead on board and our leftovers are good at the moment. Mamos, thanks for the 15 months of support. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Thanks for keeping me around. Whoa, what was that? Give a minion demise 3, deal 3 damage to adjacent minions. Well, that was... Alright, fair. The Born... That, like, it feels bad, but, like, the Born Again here is going to come back to my hand at end of turn. So, like, the reality of the situation is that, like, that really wasn't a big deal, right? Morning, Emberwatch. Yeah, I didn't... Magic Online's down this morning, and Arena still doesn't have new cards for me, so I, like, wanted to stream a little bit. I'm not going to do as long as I normally stream, but... So, how do we feel about just, like, murmuring their card that draws cards here? I kind of like it. Oh, that sucks. I wish... It's a little bit less good when it loses the energy. I was expecting it to keep the 2 energy. It's still fine, but it's less... I thought I was going to get to draw a card there. Morning, Dude Light. Any chance of Warhammer today? I don't think so. I think I'm just doing Mythgard this morning. The Warhammer content never really took off anywhere. I enjoy the mechanics of that game, but I don't think that game's ever going to end up going anywhere, unfortunately. All right, so this can eat this. Wait, what is that? Why is there a question mark? Why is there a question mark when I do this? What am I missing? Oh, because there's a stealth minion. Okay. Alright, so now this can activate to draw a card because it's acquired 3 energy. And then I think I just want to play the Born Again out here. And again, unlike Magic where you want to play lands every turn when you have them, in this game, your lands, your things that are lands are also spells. So like you don't want to just needlessly play them out. Oh, did I forget to attack? I think I forgot to attack. You're right. When the cards have activated abilities in this game, I often activate them and then forget that they also attack. Even though the game is great and reminds me by floating them. Yeah, that's true too. It's easier to get into this game for new people because like the Warhammer game doesn't have a Twitch overlay. So this having a Twitch extension's like kind of great. Pretty ahead at the moment. They're at 21 still, but like we've got more cards in hand than them. I have a draw two. Bella randomly stuns things. So I'm gonna burn one of these up to 7 because I do have some 8 drops in my deck. So I'm gonna play this here to defend from the stealth unit. And we can activate this in Divination 2. So basically I get to look at these top 2 cards and I put one on top of my deck and the other one gets shuffled away. Can play Bella out here as well. Alright, so she activates and she can stun something. She can spend an energy to stun something, or she can gain +2 energy, right? Opponent's conceding. All right. What does that mean? That popped up earlier, and it doesn't tell me what that icon means. Oh, it's loot. Do we have stuff? Should we look for stuff? Where's loot? Oh, it's for the weekly chest. Okay, that makes sense. I can collect rewards. Win with 1 life. That one's probably actually pretty hard. Collect 5 seals to unlock the chest. Chest can be unlocked up to once every 7 days. Let's open it. That stuff. 3,800 coins, which is 3 booster packs. Okay. We got a snake. Okay. We got one of the powers we were missing. Available again in 1 day. Okay, sweet. I have a bunch of coins. We could buy packs. Let's play another game. One of the things I haven't shown yet today, I showed this yesterday. So all of these decks over here are decks that I've built. These are decks that I've built with cards that I own. However, these first 2 decks here, the Valthus Blood Rush and the Blood Moon Battalion, that have the F next to them, these are random feature decks. I mentioned this earlier. Just by creating an account, you get access to 2 of these random feature decks that you don't have to own any of the cards of them to play them. And you can play these decks in ranked and unranked. And these are community-built decks that you get 2 of out of a random pool. And the 2 that you have access to play with change every Monday and Friday. Which is really neat. A great way to let people like really sample the gameplay before putting any dollars in. I spent probably like 3 hours playing the sample decks over the weekend before I decided to buy anything. I won a lot more than I lost in ranked. I was playing them in ranked. Yeah, it's very similar to the champion rotation for MOBAs. Yep.
All right.
Ooh, that was a good draw. Our guy that makes extra energy potentially. Yes, yeah, and everyone gets different feature decks each week. There's a pool of 26 feature decks, and the two that you have access to from that pool rotate twice per week. Which again, I think is great. I wish every card game did that. Like, letting people sample, like, the meaningful mechanics of, like, actual decks is great. Alright, so we want to move him over so he gains an energy. They put this guy on the Demolition Speedway here, so I probably want to put something in front of this to block it. The House Elf. This card kind of sucks. I think I'm going to cut this. I might be done playing this mono green deck after this, but if I was going to play more, I would cut this House Elf. He's been real bad. So let's go ahead and put Gallows Boy in front of here, because again, if I have a minion in front of this or on either side, they have to attack my minion instead of attacking me directly. They can't just constantly face smash me. That card's rude. I'm glad we have a removal spell. Yeah, I agree, Thorbin. I mentioned that in general, I tend to prefer high fantasy as opposed to steampunk style stuff, but this game does a good job of mixing them, which is sweet. There are multicolored cards in this game. Which again, just by virtue of having different colors in the system, the deck building depth is just automatically deeper than a lot of other games like Hearthstone, where that just like you don't have that. So let's burn this to get a third resource, and then let's lead Astray here and swap that back into their deck. If you like House Elf being bad as part of the flavor of the card, potentially. So I guess I could trade these here. I don't know if I really want to though. I guess trading them lets me raid the tombs next turn, potentially, if I want. Yeah, I'm just gonna slide this down. So your units can do one thing per turn, either attack or move, unless they have a mechanic like this, where it's a swift, where it gets to move an extra time each turn. Sacrifices to draw a card. That's cute.
Looking good.
I can't tell if their deck is an aggro deck or not. I think it looks like they're kind of aggressive. Alright, so this is at 4 energy now. So I probably want to start lining this up to be able to kill something next turn, ideally. Or trade off, so that way I can get the extra mana from it. I don't, because this is going to have extra mana coming, I think I'm just passing. I'm not going to discard a card. That's a big in. So it's a 7/6. So I get my wish of being able to trade this off, I guess. So I get to move this here, and then this can attack here. Which then give me extra energy for next turn. I have 2 Raid the Tombs at the moment, which is probably fine, honestly, because I feel like I'm gonna build up a lot of mana next. I'm gonna build up plenty of cards in my bin with stuff dying here. I think I'm gonna burn one of these 4-drops because I have a bunch of them. Then we'll go ahead and play this out here. Because again, a unit on this lane defends from these 3, so this is gonna have to attack through this and this to get to me. I get to activate its divination ability. Yeah, Detained actually sounds great. It allows me to tempo one of their things. Yeah, overrun is like trample. So if this eats through this, it's gonna hit my face a little bit too. Yes, yeah, the agile tag means that you can attack someone's face directly, even if you wouldn't otherwise be able to. So I assume that's gonna trade there. Yep. So that's a really big boy. So I think we're gonna detain and then throw that back to their hand. So detained here gives a minion -2 attack, and then it creates deported, which lets me bounce it. So I'm gonna spend 4 to unsummon their thing, basically. And then I think I'm just gonna raid the tombs here. Am I? Yeah. It's a little unfortunate I didn't get the Avenging Alpha down this turn, but I wanted to get rid of their big thing. I don't know, maybe I should have just made a 6/6. I feel like we're a little bit ahead at the moment. Like, we have similar number of cards in hand. It's probably pretty close. 1 more month to be knighted. Thanks for the ride. Thanks for the 11 months, Rose. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Thanks for keeping me around. Hope you're having a good one. I think I start with raid. Which lets me draw 2. Have 5 mana, so I think I'm gonna go ahead and play this. And then play this. And I think I'm gonna go ahead and attack this in here, because it has 2 energy, so it gives me an extra mana for next turn. And then, if they attack through one of my things here, I'm gonna get to play the Avenging Alpha out as a 6/6, which is nice.
Is that all you've got?
Gets 1/1 whenever I create a minion. That's pretty good. So I'm down to 8 here. Oh, that's unfortunate. They scurried him away. Oh. Yoink. Yeah, maybe I'm supposed to take the overrun minion there. I'm kind of low at this point. I'm at 8. This is the Witcher card game. No, this is a new original IP. It's called Mythgard. Kinda steampunky in origin. They have another giant monster. Yep. So, oh, that's really good. That's really good. All right. Have some tempo. And then I can put Avenging Alpha over here. And then I can put this in the middle and Divination. Although I guess putting this in the middle maybe is... Oh, Bella's good. She'll let me stun their thing next turn. Putting this in the middle is maybe a little bit mean because they're going to get to redeploy this, I suppose. Oh, we died. Yikes. Man, that was... Well, yep. So, what happened there at the end is this card has a mechanic called Agile, which lets it attack past my minion blocking and just go to my face. And then I wish I could see. I guess I can't click. Oh, can I click here? I can click and I can see. Look at that. God, the developers of this game are so smart. So what actually happened? So what happened is this card is Agile, so it's able to attack me directly. And then when it hits me, it creates this Flame Scroll card that apparently I can't scroll down to see, but the Flame Scroll does 3 damage. And because I flipped this lane, this enchantment back up to the top, it gave them 2 extra damage. So I guess by bouncing their enchantment, I kind of killed myself there. Kinda got ourselves dead by flipping that. It's not quite Lightning Strike, right? Because it only goes to the dome. It's like, kind of like a 2-mana Lava Spike. Alright. I don't know that I care for the mono green deck. It was okay. It had some bad cards in it, like House Elf. House Elf was real bad. Like I would definitely cut this card. That card was not good. I don't know what else I would play, so I haven't looked at a lot of these cards, but I would definitely not play that. There's 6 colors in this game. So the colors are blue, yellow, red, green, orange, and purple. So there's 1, 2, 3 overlap with magic. Yeah, awaken is enter the battlefield. I'm not gonna think about this deck right now because I'm gonna just play something else, but I was kind of unimpressed with this compared to like the red decks we've been playing. All right, let's try the Valkyrie deck that I've played a grand total of 1 time. Red, yellow, and orange sounds rough for colorblind people. So there's also symbols that go with the colors too, Jensen. There's different shapes that go with them too, which I would imagine would help that, but I'm not colorblind, so I guess I can't say for sure. Someone who understands how this game works, how does burning a multicolor card work? How does it decide which gem I get? So I was trying to figure that out earlier and I couldn't quite grasp it. You get the color on the ring. Oh, okay. So that's interesting. I hadn't noticed that. The ring color. Okay. The circle is the burn color. That makes a lot of sense. We haven't been playing a lot of 2-color decks. This is a 2-color deck. So paying attention to which gems these cards require is going to be a little bit important. Oh, Fire Eater's about to be really good. So we'll go ahead and we'll burn the Morning Wives here. You cannot have multiple enchantments on the same tile. We'll put the Fire Eater here. And Fire Eater gets to deal a damage to anything once per turn. So he doesn't have any attack, but he gets to just straight up ping something every turn. Which is really good against a 3/1. So my opponent's minion here created a Desert enchantment, which whenever an enemy minion attacks this lane, it gets +1. It's a 3/4. That's pretty big. Huh? So, obviously, we want to burn that. No! Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh, no! All right, let's try again. Gotta click twice. All right, I just talked about how it had 0 power. Turns out, when you make something fight with 0 power, you're gonna have a bad time. Listen, when you're in the bronze ranking in this game, you can see I only lost one rank point for losing that. It's fine. Our record's really good right now, and I don't really care. I don't really care. So I had intended to activate the ability there, and instead I commanded him to fight. Not necessarily a good scene. So when it comes to burning cards in this game, you're often, like we were talking about, want to think about your curve. So for example, I have 2 1-drops in this hand, so it makes a lot of sense for me to burn a 1-drop here, because I am not going to need a second 1-drop after I play out this first one.
All right, ahead.
So which cards you're discarding should not only be dictated by what gem thresholds you need, but also by what your curve's gonna look like. This is a deck that I threw together myself that's probably not very well constructed. Like, the fact that I have double blue and double red 2-drops is almost certainly less than ideal. So you do not choose which gem you get for dual cards. We're actually just talking about that. You get the color that's in the circle. So for example, the circle here is blue. So if I burn this, I get a blue one. In fact, I think I'm going to play this here.
Watch it.
Because, so this has Defender, which is kind of like Taunt from Hearthstone. They have to attack this minion before attacking this one. Oh, the banner across the middle. Yeah, that's true too. There's the symbol in there, blue. Did not notice that. There are PvE options. There's an entire, like, storyline mode that you can play in this game. So if this is stunned, does it still have Defender? Cannot attack, move, or activate abilities. I'm not sure that stunned matters for Defender here, right? I don't know. Yeah, Defenders can't attack either. That is correct. Alright, so I'm going to burn this. And I think I'm going to go ahead and Sea Fire one of these. That's just a 3/4. Maybe not.
Oil.
This card has Rush and gives minions next to it Rush. This is not your daddy's Brainstorm. Deal 2 damage to all minions. Yep. Clasm's really good. First time I've ever used the web client, it runs 10 times better than Magic Arena. Yep. What's Swift? Swift units can move in addition to attacking each turn. No, so Swift units can't attack you, and it was still lit up because it can move back and forth as well. If that makes sense.
Oil. All right ahead.
She's so angry. So now, in fact, I'm gonna slide this down. So that way I can have both sides of this open to give other things Rush next turn. Hey, Kind Fiend, thanks for the 5 months of support. I appreciate that. Welcome. Thanks for keeping me around. Blight 3. Alright, well, my squad's dead. When does it make sense to stop burning? Depends on what the curve of your deck looks like. Oh, let's draw 2. What is Blight? Blight is a keyword that says all of your minions get the minions that have them get minus X at the start of each turn, where X is the Blight number. At the start of your turn, so each one of your turns. So not like your turn and their turn, but at the start of each of your turns, the Blight happens. It's a 6/6. It's real big one. All right.
See you in Valhalla. All right ahead. ahead.
So, if this kills one of these, I can see fire to finish it off. And if it kills one of these, this one gets bigger. This gets bigger every time one of my other Valkyries dies. So this only ever takes 2 damage at most. So that takes at least 2 hits to kill. This card seems really good. It's like a 2/3 that like basically always gets 2 attacks in. They healed it for 1. Alright, let's see fire the crap out of that one. And I can slide this over, and this can still attack because it's swift. I don't think I want to burn either of these cards to Fire Eater this turn, so I think I just pass. Someone was asking earlier, like, when do you stop burning? I think this is the point where I kind of stop burning here. 5's like the upper end of the curve in this deck. The overlay should allow you to mouse over and click on my graveyard and stuff too if you want to see it. So this just straight up does 5 damage though. Are rarities marked on the card? Yeah, so the color symbol in the top right is the rarity. So this is a mythic. I don't know if the extension supports mobile. Does anybody else? That is not something I'm sure on. Yeah, not only is there proper Twitch integration, but the Twitch integration is built directly into the client. So it's not like Arena where they're like depending on third-party developers to like keep things up to date. Maybe I should have put this here to block, huh? Yeah, I probably should have dropped this in the center lane. All right, so this gives my thing an extra movement unit, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that and slide this over so that I can kill this. Yeah, I definitely put this in the wrong lane. And I think I'm gonna go ahead and play Panic Rider here and start drawing a couple cards. I think I'm just passing. I'm gonna burn this. I probably want a 3rd red so I can play Firesong Prodigy and Ignition next turn. If this kills this, this will have 2 toughness left, so Ignition will be able to finish this off, which is nice. This has Overrun, so it smacks over the top a little bit. Overrun, Piercing, has regen 1 while occupying an enchantment. Well, that's a big boy. I think we're dying, chat. Need to draw 2 cards next turn, so still get to draw a card. I don't think I have anything that deals with the 6/8. I can look, because there's a deck tracker here. I have another Seafire, but that only does 5. Yeah, this deck's probably not very good. Oh, and they healed this. Yikes. Yeah, we're dead. All right, and we're gonna retire this one. I had opened a bunch of the Valkyrie cards, so I just like put a bunch of the cards together in a deck. We're gonna stick to killing people with efficient aggressive decks. And we'll leave. We'll leave brewing to people who have a little bit more experience knowing what's going on in the game. Let's play some green-red aggro. This is a deck that is pretty close to one of the feature decks that I was playing over the weekend that I liked. So, which again, that's one of the reasons why the feature decks are sweet. Like, you can try these decks out and they give you an idea for what cards you find interesting, and then you can collect cards and put them together yourself, or just keep rotating through the feature decks provided. Actually, before we start, I gotta make sure that I hit my my ad quota for my F2K partnership. So I'm gonna take a quick break and actually heat up a snack real quick and run some ads while we do that. So BRB. Microwave cam for the subs. Lol. Should we open some packs? Should we do that when the ad breaks over? We could do that. We've earned so many coins.
Alright, you know what to do, right? You gotta type in the secret code. Red, red, purple, blue, purple, green, green, yellow, green, 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 yellow, yellow, orange, yellow, orange, orange, blue, green, purple, purple, red, red, orange, yellow, blue, blue, green. That's the secret code. That ensures that we get a mythic. I'm telling you, I promise. I told you so!
Alright, let's open a few packs before we go to the next game. We earned prizes. Hey, look, it's that 6-6 that dumpstered us in the last game. Seems pretty good. I think I already have 2 of these. I will say, fair's fair. Opening packs in a CCG like this does make me appreciate Arena's 4th card protection a little bit. Like having to open cards that you already have copies of and break them down. Like the 4th card protection that Magic Arena does makes you feel good about opening a lot of packs, whereas like in games like this, it feels bad to open packs to a degree once you've opened a lot of them. As like a lot of these rares are just like turning into dust. There's mythic protection. Okay, that's good. That's good at least. So you won't open other mythics that you already have. So you got that. That's something at least. It'll be nice if that extended to rares too, but it's better than nothing. Yellow is rare. So like for example, we can open my collection now. So like I opened 9 packs there. And there were 49 cards that I have to unmake in those 9 cards. Nah, I think it's just important to give fair feedback, right? Like people criticize, a lot of people criticize the arena model. I know there's a lot of people that like the ability to like break down other cards, but as someone who's a whale and a completionist, Arena's model is definitely more whale friendly than the Hearthstone-esque model, where you can like open more copies of cards that you already have. Yeah, I think the dust ratio is like 4-to-1 or 5-to-1, something like that. Ah, we got a Kobolk on one. Excellent. Yeah, the dust ratio is like 4 or 5-to-1. Someone said the best ask for the best way to build standard decks on Arena is just to buy packs. Buy packs of sets that have cards that you want in them. I agree with that. I put $100 into this game and I feel like I got more out of my $100 in Arena. Yeah, I agree. And again, I like the gameplay in this one a lot, but just to give fair feedback. All right, so I can move this down one and attack with it. I might just want to cash this in right away, right? And just like, because when this dies, it gives me a resource for every 2 energy it's collected. So I think I want to just trade these so I get the extra energy for next turn. Because if I don't trade these now, it's not going to net me a second extra energy until 2 turns from now, which is pretty far away. Yeah, the collection that I have on here right now, for getting accepted into their partner program, they give you 100 packs, and then I also bought the starter pack for it's $10 plus $100 worth of currency. So I think I've opened about 250 packs at this point. Thereabouts. So this is a good example of the resource system. So even though I have 3 resources total here, I can't yet play this card because it explicitly requires 2 red resources. So I need to burn this wings here in order to be able to play this out, because you'll see it uses up these gems here. And then I'm going to go ahead and trade these here, because this comes back to my hand at end of turn. And Born Again is actually really good with this card, because giving this rush means you just get to slam it into play and attack something and then get it back at the end of the turn, which is great. It's also possible like playing this out was wrong. That's a 3/3, sure. So I think So You'll notice this card is black around the edges and is no longer lit up in the middle. I can't burn this card again because this card's already been burned. So this is a card that I've redrawn that was burned earlier. So I think I'm going to go ahead and burn this Wings for now. And I'm going to go ahead and play Gallows Boy here. And Gallows Boy gets Rush from this. And then I can go ahead and stomp in here. Although, I kind of made a mistake because I forgot I only had one green gem, which again, we've been playing a lot of one color decks today. So if I would have burned a green card, I could have played another green card out here. So because I burned another red, I couldn't double green spell there, which is kind of a big deal. It's definitely not nearly as efficient as I could have been. No, it tracks the actual card. So if I draw another copy of this, it'll be... Alright, so let's play Born Again here. And play this 4-1 out over here. It's also possible I should have just Magma Charged this, just because this unit's very powerful. Oh, I forgot. I should change the power on this to the other one. When I built this deck last night, I didn't have the +1 attack power. So not only does this game have a Twitch extension, ADN, but unlike Hearthstone and Magic, the Twitch extension for this game is built into the actual client itself, which is awesome. Like, to enable it if you're streaming this game, you literally just go to your options, click streaming, and when you check this, it asks you to link your Twitch account. As someone who appreciates good software, I was thoroughly impressed. So I assume this is going to smash this is going to hit me, this will trade here. And then we'll get to go ahead and deploy this here. And you can see again, the interface tells me what's going to happen depending on which lane I put this in. So when this comes down, it deals 3 damage to the one across in kitty corner. So this is going to enter and kill both of those. My deck's kind of aggressive, so it has a low curve, so there's no real reason for me to burn any more cards at this point. Although I might want to burn one more green card so I can start double Born Againing in one turn. Mostly catch you on YouTube since I'm in California and work all day. The modern content's been A+, keep it up. Those mopey fair decks may feel rough to get beat up on, but they're good TV. Thanks for the 3/4 of a year, Davis. I do appreciate it. Alright, so I think I'm going to go ahead and trade this here. And then I'm going to go ahead and burn this like I mentioned, because I want to get double green. And then I'm going to go ahead and play out Fire Song Prodigy. And I'm going to play out both these Born Agains. And Fire Song Prodigy creates this is one of the better 2-drops in this game, I feel like. It adds an ignition to your hand, so it creates a card that like lets you shock something later. It's like a super flexible Flame Tongue. Necrotol, whatever you want to call it. I'm really hoping to draw some of our cards that draw cards at this point. Running out of gas a little bit at the moment. Yeah, the extension unfortunately does not support mobile yet. That would be an ideal feature to have added later. This can banish a minion and a boneyard. Okay, so they traded off there. And again, like, that trade is just straight value for us, right? Because it's going to come back to our hand at the end of the turn. When you attack, if there are more than one creatures adjacent, do you have to attack it with both, or how does it work? You pick how your attacks work. There are certain keywords that impact attacks in certain ways. But for the most part, you get to dictate how combat works. This card's sweet. So normally this is a 4/4 for 4, but if one of our creatures died last turn, it enters as a 6/6, which is pretty strong. It'll be worth a couple of my opponent's things. This game does not have a priority-based system, so you're playing all your cards on your turn, which in general helps the rate of play. I think one request I would have for this game that I think would be a good feature that I really like on Arena is I think when you can't take any more game actions, it should automatically pass the turn. Like, sitting there waiting for you to pass the turn when you can't take game actions feels tedious. And as an airhead who's frequently doing other things while playing, I frequently forget to click the pass turn button when I'm done. Like, I'll be like, why isn't it going? I don't have anything to do, and then I'll be like, oh wait, I have to click the button. Hey, look, another 6/6. This is a good draw. Seems like a good draw. So there is a, so I tend to play games pretty quickly, right? So there is a rope over here underneath me, the little circle spinning here on the end turn button. Second Magmatar is pretty good.
Do we have a mission?
What's going on, Hats? Welcome back. Thanks for keeping me around. Deported works on our own stuff too. That's something to keep in mind. I definitely have not deported my own things yet to date. That's something I should probably be doing more often than I am. I'm just passing here. I really wish we could hit one of my cards that draws a bunch of cards. Maybe I should have used my hero. I think I should have used my hero power to move this down, actually. So they know about this ignition here. So they know that that's going to die. It's possible I should also just, like, extract life this 3/3. Oh, this banishes a card from any bin? Banish meaning any boneyard. That's really good. Alright, well, let's do this. And then let's do this and this. Wait, did they not exile my Born Again? They definitely should kill my Born Again and then exile that, right? Yeah, I shouldn't have played this out. It's actually, like, really good Born Again hate. Did I say Stairway to Heaven and back? I thought it said Stairway to Heaven. When an occupying non-angel minion dies, return it to its owner's hand. It's now an angel with +1/+1 agile and its cost reduced by 2. Vomit. Wow, that's gross. That's really good. Hey, look, there's a draw 3. Alright, so what am I doing here? There is a max hand size, but it's like 10 or something like that. I probably want to get rid of this thing. I could just draw 3. I kind of want to draw 3 and see where we end up at. I'm going to go ahead and give this minus power and then play this Born Again out. So it's so the red in this game is kind of like red-black in Magic, I feel like. It's draw 3, lose 3. I don't know the answer to can we deck in this game. let's deport that. And then... I kinda want to just trade 2 for 1 here. It's not even really 2 for 1, right? Oh, it was fragile, so let's trade up 1 for 1. Because this is coming back too, right? So that's great. Alright, I'm gonna burn this, and I'm gonna play the Cerebus down over here. So this card is a 3/9 that attacks all 3 lanes. So it goes 3/3/3. So if there's nothing in any of these, it straight up 9s them. These detains plus deported is probably gonna let us. Yeah, like they only played that last turn, so like I'm just gonna go like detain, deport this. It's like bye, Felicia. And like I have another detain, deported here, plus I have a removal spell. So it feels like we've come around to a good spot. Like I said, we were kind of floundering for a little bit there, but then like we hit our draw 3 and like just like picked right up. Why would I play this over Eternal? I would recommend this game over Eternal because Eternal is basically like Eternal's Fisher-Price Magic is the best way I can describe it. It's a not magic game. This game, as opposed to that, is a genuinely different game. It's a game that's not magic, but it's also not trying to be magic. So this hits them for 6 and hits that. I could also extract life this. That's probably the play. So this puts them to 4 and this puts them to 2. And I've got a few things for next turn that are pretty good. I get my Born Again back. What do you think about Rakdos, Aggro, and Eldraine? I don't have any thoughts on Eldraine yet. I haven't really played it. It like a quick overview of like cards that I looked at that seemed interesting, but there really isn't a substitute for experience.
Glory eternal.
So they need to try and like block, but like they can't, right? Because this thing just hits all 3 lanes. This is it's a pretty great bomb. Angry puppy. I'm gonna change the hero power with this deck. Definitely don't have an ideal hero power on it. Yeah, the interface on this game is super clean too, which is nice. There's a lot going on and it's not terribly cluttered. Have I tried Fira? I've not. Infuse seems like it's like an ideal aggro power. Yeah, the new 2/2 is great. That card's definitely very good. Yeah. It'll be interesting to see a lot of the smaller games, if they've been out for a while and they haven't gained any traction, they're probably not going to go anywhere. So like the Warhammer game I've played a bit of on stream, like I like the gameplay in that, but that's honestly, it's never gonna gain any traction at this point. It's been out for a little bit. Like the viewer count is like this is lower than my normal Magic viewer count, obviously, but it's higher than like when I play games like that. It's a lot of the market's very saturated. There's a lot of good games out there. Turn one Grinning Cobalt is real good. It's like as good as Llanowar Elves. Where does a game need to go? High stakes tournament. The actual answer is that being successful in the game space is a lot like being a successful streamer. You can do a lot of things right, and at the end of the day, a lot of the things that mean you end up being successful are just largely outside your control. It's 10% luck, 15% skill, 30% concentrated power of will, 5% pleasure, 50% pain. Something like that. Remember a little rhyme, something like that. It's like when people whenever people ask me for advice on like how to get started streaming, the piece of advice I always give people is don't expect it to be a job. Because, like, I'm realistic. Like, I'm reasonably good at my job, and I'm dedicated to it, and I spend a lot of effort on it. But just being good at it and being dedicated to it does not mean you actually become successful. It's just not how the industry works. I do think that's very true, Paste. I think that's a great way to describe it. Is this deck, or this game, it feels familiar, but it's unique still, and I think that's really key. The ability to feel familiar while still being unique is potentially, you know, big game. So that's really annoying. So they're playing I guess it's actually not that annoying, huh? So they're playing a Reanimator deck, but I've got Deported, right? So this is a 6/6 with Overrun and Piercing. So I can actually just go detain this, and then like kill this, which lets them reanimate their thing, and the next turn I can just deport their thing. So like they get a 6/8 for a turn, but I get to just deport it next turn, so it's like not really a big deal. Hey, look, I remembered to attack. It'd probably be easier to gain traction on YouTube and plug Twitch constantly. Even that's not even super tried and true, Spaleza. So for example, once you hit a small amount of critical mass on Twitch, it's much easier to gain notoriety on Twitch than coming from another platform. So like, for example, I have a YouTube channel as well. And my YouTube channel currently has 25,000 subscribers. My Twitch channel has gained 30,000 followers in the last year. So in the last year, does this make my thing immobile? That's such a tilt. I can't move him and gain energy. That's unfortunate. All right, well, let's deport this. Huh? So what do I want to do here? Wait, when you bounce an ephemeral thing, does it go away? Oh, that's sick. I didn't realize that I thought it actually went back to their hand, but that just straight up kills it. It's real good for us. Oh, I don't have another green. I keep doing that. I've been playing too many one color decks. I keep messing up the resource system. It's kind of a bad beat for my opponent in a way. They're like playing a Reanimator deck, and we just got like four detains in our main deck. It's like, this is not a good scene for you. Huh? So I could Icker plus Gallows? I think I want to do that. Alright, sweet. And now if I burn a red card, I can play the Trapezes and finish off their thing. Yeah, this game is best of one. But unlike Magic, this is a fine best of one game. So, Magic's a really bad best of one game because Magic has variance out the wazoo. A game like this that doesn't have resource variance, I don't mind best of one nearly at all, really. Huh? Armor and overrun. So what do I want to do here? I think I want to just time walk them. It's kind of crazy to me how good Unsummon is in this game. It's kind of crazy to me how good Unsummon is in this game. Because, like, this card's basically 4 mana Unsummon, and it's just like, yep, that's fine. 4 mana Unsummon sounds great. Alright, so this has armor, which means it takes 1 less damage inside of combat. So I don't even want to attack it, because that's not a good exchange for me. So I can, however, play this over here, and then I can play this here, and attack this for 3. And then, oh, that's another Detained. That's pretty good. So I can burn this for another resource. And then Gallows Boy gets Rush from this. And he has Slayer, which lets him deal an extra damage. So he's actually going to trade here. Sweet. And then this gets to hit and draw another card. It's like a decent turn for us. We, like, kind of traded 2 for 1. But, like, one of our things that we traded drew a card. So it's, like, not really a big, exact trade. This card is so absurd. It's real good. This card's like a kill on. You need to kill this one on sight. It's giving all of our poopers haste is real good. And like if they kill this next turn, I get to go double Avenging Alpha and just like 12 power go. Alright, so Unsummon? Alright, give him the Trump to port him. Run him down. Oh, I'm out of green mana. It's unfortunate. I guess I'll burn one of these so I can play Gallows Boy. Alpha Strike is much better than First Strike. It's very good. Alright, so my opponent had a Pseudo Sweeper, which killed a bunch of my stuff, but now I love that the artwork on these Avenging Alphas changes when they get pissed off. And such little details like that are just so good. Really? Ringmaster gives Avenging Alpha haste even when it's a 6/6. That's good to know. I did not realize that. That makes sense when you explain it, but I did not realize that was going to happen. You'll notice this guy didn't die because he has an ability called Warded, which basically is hexproof. This brings back their bottom thing. So what's at the bottom of their bin? The bottom of their bin is another Hopeless Necromantic here, right? Alright, here's my 6/6s. I'm not attacking here because I don't want to trigger their thing for them, so go. Don't play Wrath of God. Don't play Wrath of God. I've got lethal threats on either end of the board here. So they can't just block one of them, they have to block both. Alright, one's been deported. Do you have a blocker for over here, or are we done? Wow! Alright, fine. Redeploy, go. Super far ahead still. Alright, so this technically lets them block everything we have on board, right? So we'll Ichor Feast and see where we go. Is that lethal? That's lethal, right? So I get to put this here and hit their face, and then Fire Song Prodigy is lethal. Also is lethal with Infuse. So a couple ways to eat this Rhesus. It was a good game. I feel like that game and how we were positioning the units out really kind of showed some of the depth that goes into how the positioning on the board works in this game. All right, I think I'm gonna play one more before we call it a morning. I'm going for a little over 3 hours. I'm gonna meet my wife for lunch at her work today, I think so. A little bit of a shorter stream. To be fair, it's very easy for a game to have less non-games than Magic, because Magic is an incredibly high variance game. There are so many games in Magic where you basically just don't get to play. The mana system, yeah, Raver, basically you can discard any card to turn into a resource. So like for instance, I'm gonna take this Wings of Abaddon, and it's gonna give me 1 total resource here, and it's gonna give me 1 red color gem. So to play this card, it costs me 2 resources and requires that I have 2 red gems in my pool. This card requires I pay 2 resources and requires I have 1 green gem in my pool. So I'm actually gonna go ahead and burn this Detained here. So I currently have 2 mana with 1 red and 1 green gem. I'm gonna play Gallows Boy out here in the center lane, and you'll see it uses up all my mana, and it uses up 1 green gem. There are multicolored cards. I really like the resource system in this game. It gives you the deck building depth that Magic has without the resource variance that's inherent to Magic. Sounds good, Nivik. I will do that. And I assume more multicolored cards are things that'll happen as they print more sets too, Pelly. Next turn's probably going to be burn Wings or Fire Song and play Panic Rider to start drawing cards. Did my opponent disconnect or something? That's unfortunate. If they disconnect and we don't actually get to play a game, we'll play one more after this. Looks like that's what's happened. I think it automatically emotes when you're taking a lot of time. I believe. They released the Trump-Ukraine transcript, and it's really incriminating. Gosh, I hope so. Gosh, I hope so. Don't get my hopes up like that, Buddha. I got something to read after we're done. I got you, Reese. This is a game called Mythgard. It's on Steam, mobile, and in your web browser. Runs on literal everything. Unlike Magic Arena, which barely runs on my 1080 GTX. What happened with Arena? What happened with Arena is that every update that Arena has brings it closer to Magic Online. It's kind of awkward. Is there a timeout number where my opponent just can't come back anymore? Okay. Yeah, I guess they eventually timed them out. All right, let's play one more because I want to play one more actual game before we're done. Of course, Wolf. We aim to please. Okay, let's play one more. If you're one of my subs and you're not in the Discord, you should hop in the subs Discord. We've got a channel in the Discord for this game. We've been chatting about it. I'm gonna burn one of these gallows boys. Don't need two of those. MGJ needs ray tracing. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out how I want to phrase my tweet, but honestly, the only word I can really think to describe it is it's just straight up embarrassing that Wizards of the Coast is releasing Arena in the state that it's in. Like, every patch has made it slower and laggier, and there's random crashes, and the last patch you can't reconnect properly after it crashes. Like, it's gotten really bad. Defender Alpha Strike. Well, that's rude. So Alpha Strike is like First Strike, only First Strike super busted in this game because First Strike in combat you're choosing what you're, although this can't choose what it attacks, I guess. So I'm burning a red card here so I can play this out to start drawing some extra cards. This thing can move around though, right? So I kind of like follow my stuff. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I can have 10 cards in hand, right? So let's do this. I think I'm gonna put this here, and I'm gonna go ahead and put detain this, just in case. Well, you're one of the lucky few, Puppet of Chaos, if you haven't had a crash or a glitch. It used to be that like every 3 or 4 hours I had to restart Arena because it was like lagging, and now it's like every hour. Yes, this is a stealth creature, so we don't get to know what this is until we attack it or deal damage to it in some way, or it makes a move. So if it attacks us, we get to find out what it is. I have 32 gigs of RAM and a 1080 GTX and an i7 6-core 12 virtual core processor, and Arena runs like a potato. So like, you know. Like my computer is dramatically overkill for playing Arena and other Unity Engine games. All right, so what do I want to do here? Do I want to try and attack this stealth minion? They paid 3 for this, right? I think this trades with most 3-cost stealth minions. Let's find out. Famous last words. Oh, they're all bigger. That's unfortunate. All right, let's play this rush minion and finish it off. And I think I'm gonna burn this Ichor Feast. Oh, it's already been burned. Oh, that's awkward. Huh? Yikes. So I have to burn Magma Char if I want to be able to play this. I think I'm doing that. I think I need to play this turn. Hopefully I just redraw Magma Char. Magma Char would be useful for killing this, though. I don't know, it's close. I have like this to draw 2, and this is a draw 3, so like I feel like I'm pretty likely to get back to Magma Char. Burning a card gives me a resource and a color of that card. So basically in this game, you need to play cards as resources like lands and magic, but any spell can be turned into a land. So there's no flutter screw, but there's still that deck building depth that you get by having a resource system. And it doesn't get rid of it puts it back in the deck. All right, so let's deport that one. Start with that. Hit you for 1. Let's play this little guy out. And then I think I'm gonna go ahead and burn this second Ichor Feast and then draw 3 with this one. It's very elegant. Yep, it's very super well done. The fact that the cards don't go away forever is also very elegant. So this is a 6/6 or 6/7, sure. I believe it puts it randomly into the deck, but not on top. Is the way it works. I see something detained. Yeah, I think it's being detained, right? I think that's the play. I think we're just like deporting this. 4 mana unsummon is like way better than I feel like it should be in this game. And again, for those just coming in, I'm not attacking with this because if there's a blocking minion across from it or on either side, I have to attack that minion. And this has Alpha Strike, so I can't meaningfully attack into it. It's a 3/3 with Piercing, sure. The voice acting is really well done. All right, so I can attack this in here. So if I attack this in here, I can then play Fire Song Girl, which lets me shock this because she creates a shock. So this dies. And then this This has overrun, or this has rush, so I can send this plus this. Oh, this has to attack because it has defender. Oh, I'm so dumb. I know how part of this game works. I was thinking I could team all of these up to kill this, but I can't because I have to attack the defender unit. That's unfortunate. All right, so I almost had a good play. I don't think I have that removal spell in this deck. You're right, maybe I should have a couple. I can look actually, because there's a deck tracker. Yeah, I'm not playing that removal spell. That's probably a good suggestion. All right, so the way this game handles lanes, I think, is really well done. Concur. So I can finish this off. What is this? This is Awaken and an Immolation Cloak to your hand at the end of your turn. Deal 2 damage to the minions in the opposing 3 lanes. Weird. Okay. So they're at 14. I could get this out of the way finally, right? Someone said that Avenging Alpha with Ringmaster does get haste. So I think if I could play this, and I can burn. I think I'm gonna burn this Walk the Bones. And then I can play Avenging Alpha here. I was lied to. Alright. Alright, so this, someone earlier said that Ringmaster gives this rush even if it's 6/6. But that is not how that works, apparently. It's fine. We're still in an okay spot, but I was lied to. Next turn we can detain this and then kill it with this, and we can deport this. So we're still very reasonable. Wait, what? Oh, they use their hero power to move it over. I was like, why did that get moved over? They use their hero power. That makes sense. All right, so this is an incredibly good draw because I get to play this here and then kill this, and that's going to come back to my hand. And then I think, is this agile? Stealth, teleport, overrun. I think I'm gonna lead on this and see where we go. Sweet. So this, oh, I don't have any red. I don't have enough red for that. That's unfortunate. So I guess without having enough red, I just play the Avenging Alpha here. Yeah, I understand what it says, and I didn't think it worked, but someone explicitly said earlier that it worked in the way that I was expecting it to work. So reading it, I didn't expect it to work that way, but someone earlier explicitly said this is how this works, Jeff. Alright, so this costs how much? This is a 4-drop. Alright, so I'm going to detain this, which gives it 4. So now I can kill it with this, which is nice. And then I can flip one of these back up to their hand. So let's deport the Shinobi. And then this doesn't overrun or anything, right? So let's put the Muse here. And let's put Born Again over here. So we can get in the way of this. Wow, that's brutal. Super punished for not. I guess if I would have put this here, they could have put it here and hit that. So we're going to deploy something here. This is going to deal 1 damage to each of these. I'm down to 12. That's pretty reasonable. So I can send this here. And those trade off. And then I can put Magmatar here. And then I can hit them in the face. And then Fire Song Prodigy currently deals 2. I don't have any rush guys that are bigger. Oh wait, I have that. So I can use Walk the Bones to get back this. And then I can burn this to put this into play and finish their thing off here. And they're down to just 2 cards here, right? And like I'm ahead on board. This has been a grindy game. Nah, man, we walk in the bones. These bones were made for walking, and that's just what they'll do. One of these days, these bones are gonna walk all over you. What does this do? When it dies, it deals 2 damage to me in the opposite lane. That's fine. What you got, OP? You got our Fated Firebird here, which is really hot. This card is agile, so it can attack past opposing units. So this has 5 power and is agile. So like the fact that they're at 9, probably going to 7 next turn, means that this Fated Firebird's gonna be able to close things out most likely. This card is a premium 2-drop. It's very good. Something else to compare, something else to like allow you to think a little bit about like just kind of how far ahead I've gotten this game. My opponent's deck has 28 cards in it right now. My deck has 14 cards. So like my deck, I've played a lot more cards than my opponent this game. I think I'm just gonna go ahead and extract life here. It's not a really big threat, but getting in these last 2 points of damage sounds great. Oh, I guess I could have... Maybe I'm just supposed to infuse there. I could have infused this and then traded and this comes back. Yeah, I probably should have saved the extract life. I think I should have used my infuse to give it extra power and then traded that way and kept that for a bigger threat. This here is a very reasonable guide. Wow, apparently there's a total match timer here. My opponent's got a clock coming up here, which has been a really long game to be fair, so I guess I'm not surprised by that. There's a chess clock too, I guess. Oh, that's a disconnect timer. Oh, yikes. Maybe it is a disconnect timer. Well, that's sad. I think we were winning this game anyways. They only have 1 card left. We've got a lot of stuff in play. It could have been a rage quit. That's fair. It could have been a rage quit. At any rate, this was gonna be my last game of the day anyways. So thanks everyone for watching. This is Mythgard. ! Mythgard guide will get you a link on the Team Rank Star site that goes over the basics of the game a lot. If you're looking for a different card game on mobile, desktop, or in your browser, this has been a fun one. For my Magic folks, I'll be back tomorrow at noon with or whenever the new set releases on Arena with some of that, and I'll be live Thursday, Friday, and Saturday with that, and I'll probably be back with some of this next week or the week after. So thanks for watching. I'll catch all of you around later. If you want an easy way to support the stream, I'm gonna run an ad block at the end of my stream so I meet my quota. So hang out for that ad if you want an easy way to support my content. Otherwise, hopefully catch you around next time. It is on mobile. Yep, Android and iOS. For those of you, yeah, look at they exploded.